Hey, what's up, nerds? How's it going? How's everybody feeling? Oh, it got so quiet. Welcome to the show. Let me make sure I post it everywhere I'm supposed to post. I posted here. Did I post in my Discord? I did. How's everybody doing tonight? How are y'all doing? What's up, chat? How's everybody doing tonight? Oh my goodness, we got some new members. Whoa, whoa, wee wah. Haichi mama. Ice cream sandwich. Who's here tonight, friends? Name yourself. Say hi. Say hi to me. Say hi to you. Say hi to us. Hi, Cage. Hi, Lion Tamer. How's it going? Angel, what's up? Squid, Kaiser Blade, Phil, Bildo, Kelka Andu today. What's up, Ross? What's up, Elizabeth? What's up, Derek? Patrick, what's up? Tyler, how's it going? Matthew, Flausunia. We've got Etienne Howery. We've got Brian Hunter. Green Liquid. Ooh. What a color. Jay Schmoes. How's everybody doing tonight? Hello, Ring Hulk. Oh my goodness. Your buddies did some homebrew stuff. You're having loads of fun. I'm glad you're having loads of fun. I remember you, Green Liquid. I remember every single person I've ever interacted with. It's a blessing and a curse. It has to do a little bit with my eldritch nature. But that's a story for another time. I feel quite pale tonight. Do I look pale? Whatever. We're gonna rock with it. I remember you, I remember you, I remember you, I remember you, I remember all of you. What's up, Shane? How's it going? Guys, tonight is a special night. Oh, what a night it is. It is the first night of the week. It is the last night of the wheel for the week. Because I understand that time, it goes in a flat circle. Wait a minute. Let's say we got some new members. Who signed up for a membership? Hold Action. Welcome, buddy. Thank you for the support. And Bildo. Oh, you fiend. You glorious fiend. Oh, man. What would I ever do without you? I'm such a good dancer. I'm such a good dancer. Tell me how good a dancer I am. Oh, this is not what I thought it was going to be, but... Wait, shh. Where's the thing that I want? Guys, how's it going? How's everybody's weekend? Welcome. Tonight is a wheel night, but it's not any wheel night. It's the wheel night. I think I need to adjust my lighting. Give me 1 second. What are you doing? Oh, I see. Need a little bit more color. Makes no difference. So, friends, whose first time is it on stream? Anybody's first time making it to my show? Any first timers? In the mix, Welcome, Boaz. It's a good name, Boaz. So, if you're new to stream, let's talk about it. Let's set the stage. I stream, I don't know, 4 days a week, 5 days a week, depending on the week. Usually 4. But every week, one of the main activities that I do, one of the main pieces of our puzzle, is that I review Homebrew that you send me. And if you're new to that, well, wonderful. And if you're old to that, well, wonderful. Now, a couple things that I like to remind my audience of, and I'm going to remind you of now because congratulations, you are now in my audience. I really, we're striving for greatness. And we're striving for compassion, and we're striving for growth. So what does that mean? That means that when I'm looking at your piece, I am going to be judging it with the goal of it being published. Not necessarily published in a way where we have to worry about all the legal shenanigans of publishing, but in terms of quality. So that is a standard from which I enter into this at. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you don't need to prove anything to anyone. You are deciding on your own volition to create, not just to create Homebrew, which is essentially just making toys for your friends to play with, which is a really cool idea, but you're sharing it publicly. You're sharing it publicly. So it's a little scary. So we can all acknowledge that it's a little scary, which means two things. One, we want to be somewhat compassionate towards the creator, albeit if I know you and I've reviewed a bunch of your stuff, I do tend to get harsher the more I know you. Because I feel like we can just move past the pleasantries and I can just point at stuff that I know that you're better than. But the other thing is you don't have to listen to anything I say, but I'm not going to argue with you. So chat and I are going to have conversation about your piece when I read it. And you're more than welcome to say stuff, but what you say is essentially irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, you want your piece to work so well that you don't need to be there to explain it. Somebody could just pick it up and use it. So if you've submitted something for tonight, or if you plan on submitting something for this upcoming week, the thing to do is to make sure that piece is ready before you send it, as ready as you can get it to be. And then the other thing is to not stress too much about anything that I feel about it, because my feelings don't matter. What matters is, are you growing as a writer? Because I already think that you're awesome. You have already earned my admiration. You've earned all the earnings. So you don't have to do anything. You can just be you, okay? Does that sound good? Uh-oh, Bildo's having a brain fart or something. You don't have to like the stream. You can do whatever you want. You can dislike it if you really want. Just be honest. I should do the thing for new people? What thing? I'm talking about this thing. Oh, hey, what's up? Wait, there we go. There it is. Hey, welcome to the show. How's it going? I gotta angle it. I gotta set this thing up better so I don't have to move my head into this weird position whenever I want to talk to you guys honestly. You know, sometimes I just want to be myself. So, yeah, this is the new look. Well, it's the old look, really, but it's new for some of you. We could just do the whole stream like this if you guys wanted. I know you guys love it. No, I'm just kidding. You guys, I don't think you guys would like that very much. People are asking how to submit Homebrew. There are several ways. There is a link in the video description. And then there is also a whatchamahoosit. Whatchamahoosit. What is whatchamahoosit? There's also there's a key. There's a command. Oh, the commands aren't on. Yes, they are. They're just down here now. Future Planet, thank you for the 2. I appreciate it very, very much. Now, we are not looking at any... If you tonight is too late. If you want to be on the wheel tonight, you have to have submitted some point in the last week. But you can still submit for anything up into the future. And you might be saying to yourself, man, I wish I could submit tonight. And I'd say, yeah, I wish so too. Wish so too. But I don't make the rules, guys. I just follow him. Why is my screen so oddly colored tonight? I don't know. We just gotta accept it, I guess. Maybe is this like the problem? No? You're not doing anything weird. Alright, whatever. Is the member form not working? You did say something? Alright, I'll fix it right now. Oops. Alright, it's fixed. Member form is fixed. Sorry. My B. Yes, if you're a member, you get to send me 2 pieces a week if you really want. But you don't have to. You don't have to send me anything if you don't want to. Alright, what are we working with tonight? Let's take a look here. Let's get this wheel set up. Chat, I'm going to read what you said in a second. Okay, here we go. I'm back. Sorry. We do homebrew today? Yeah, we do homebrew today, my guy. We do homebrew and we try to make our rent. That's the goal. That's the goal of every stream. Hey, Cinder, any recs for some online writing courses? I mentioned a poetry class, wondering if there's anything similar you could take up the internet. I'm sure there are writing courses you could take online. What I'll say is the most important thing to find in a writing course is good writing workshop vibe. Like, you want to make sure that what the most important part of a writing course is 2 things, in my opinion. One is having deadlines that you need to have stuff submitted by, and then 2, having other people peer review your work. Those are probably the most important things. So what I would suggest doing is you could look online if there's any creative writing courses that do specifically workshopping and like peer review, or see if there's one like in your town. You'd be surprised how helpful and useful it could be to do like a creative writing course that's like one that's like part of like the community that you live in. When I lived in Baltimore, I did a creative writing course and it had like couple people in it that were like in their 70s. Like, it just had like a crazy variety of people, but that's how you get like a good, I don't know, it's a good litmus test for your work. Oh, I'm so short. I'm the shortest man in the world, but I'm also the tallest man in the world, so it kind of evens out. You found out I was live from a robot in a robot. Oh, yes. I am robots and robots for days. You're welcome, Slater. Hi, Bat. What's up? How many people are on the wheel tonight? 91. 91. But this is the last of this wheel. So starting tomorrow, we're new wheel. So if you want to submit stuff, there's this thing. And then there's it'll just pop up occasionally. Oh, on the rent? I'm not late on the rent. I paid last month. I pay on the 15th, believe it or not. Weird, right? But it does have to keep going. The rent doesn't stop. As crazy as it is. Tax collector, thank you for the 5. Which barbarian should I use for a character based on Melina from Mortal Kombat 1? I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember who that is. So let's look that up. And I can give you a piece of advice. I actually don't know who Melina. I don't remember. Is Melina the person with the big mouth? So, okay. Yeah, okay. So for Melina, here's what you're going to do, in my opinion. I think you got 2 options. I feel like you go Beast Barbarian to sort of have the claws be like the size and the thing be your big crazy mouth when she has a bite, because it has a bite attack. Or you could go Monk, or you could go anything that's 2-weapon fighting. I think a fighter could work as well too. But then you want to go like Dampier, so you get that bite attack. That's like the main thing I would do if I were you. I think it sort of depends on what sort of martial class you like more. If you like fighters more, I feel like a fighter, Battle Master, a 2-weapon fighting Battle Master could make a lot of sense. Go Dex. I think that could be the move. No, the lizard right bite is okay, but I feel like the Dampier one is better. And I don't remember Melina. I don't remember her, but I feel like she's more Dampier than she is lizard person. Do you just send it to the name? I sent it to every name. I don't know what that's. I don't know what that question's in regard to. You're just wondering, does it have to be complete homebrew, or can it just be the name of a home group you want to be created? What do you mean home group? No, it's not the name of a homebrew you want to be created. This is, so there's two things. There's not two things. There's plenty of things, but this is specifically for submitting your homebrew. You can, if you click on the form, it'll explain it. But basically, it's for your homebrew. So if you just send me a name, I'll just tell you what I think about that name. This is not me writing anything for you. This is me looking at things that you have written and pretty harshly criticizing them. But with the goal of growth and intention of, you know, not trying to be mean Gordon Ramsay, just regular. Hope that answers your question. Making a barbarian subclass that uses spell slots for its features, hard time coming up with a 14th level feature. Yeah, that makes sense. Barbarians using spell slots is weird. I've seen a lot of people try barbarian spellcasters, and I have very mixed feelings about them across. I've only seen a couple that I thought really nailed it. It's very hard to make a barbarian spellcaster work. If we all give $2, we can defeat the mighty red. It's true. It's true. I've sort of split the power-up bars into two, where the lower one is like they're separate. The top one is members, and like the top one is like, this is what I want. This is how many members I'd like to get this week, and the bottom one is like, this is how I'd like to pay for stuff today and tomorrow. But none of that matters. Here's the wheel. This is the only thing that matters. The only thing that will ever matter. The wheel, the mighty wheel. Behold it. Wallow in its graciousness. You know what? Actually, there was one thing. Here, 1 second. I got to get the applause up. Everybody's donating. Thank you, Hold Action. That is very kind of you. Excuse me. Oh, that was loud. Everybody that just donated, thank you, thank you, thank you. Your names will be added to the credits of the show. Oh, the credits got a little bit refreshed. I feel like they might be short this week. That's okay. They will build and build and build. But here's the wheel. Here's the wheel for the week. I think it's a pretty... Or tonight, rather, here. Let's resize. There we go. Look at that. That's a pretty nice looking wheel, I think, right? We are pretty nice wheel. Guys, we don't need to be talking about money in the chat. I apologize for even bringing it up. We don't, that's not, it don't matter. It's lame. Okay. I am making a one-shot, and it's set in a call. Sam and my friend tells me, like, you need to figure out the combat. I don't understand what that means. I'm not sure what any of that means, if I'm being honest. Thank you, Joe Claire, for the 5. That is very generous of you. A Canadian 5 at that, I think. Some sort of 5 with a CA. Green Liquid, I'm going to be honest. I don't understand what your question means. Do you mean... He probably means you need to plan the game. So, like, if you want to run a one-shot, if he means... You need to figure out combat. Does he mean like you need to know how to run combat in D&D? Like how many monsters there are and what they do? I'm not making a feature that bypasses. I'm not making a feature that bypasses rage preventing spellcasting. Rather, rage doesn't specify you can't spellcast. You can't expend. Oh! Interesting. Wait a minute. I misunderstood. Joe. Are you making a barbarian subclass that doesn't cast spells but just expends spell slots? That is odd. If that's, I mean, I'm not against the idea. I do think though that unless they're casting spells, you could just make up a different resource. I'm assuming. Then why? I'm curious why you're using spell slots. Because there's a lot of people in our chat that I think would be like, I'm so curious what people would think of that. Because I know a lot of people that would feel like I wouldn't want to do this because it's literally designed to make breaking stuff through multi-classing. Do they not get access to spell slots normally? All right, we'll see. If you send in something that is that, I will be very curious to see it, and I will probably have a lot of things to say. I will have a lot of things to say. I'm not saying... No, I understand that Rage lets you expend spell slots. I get that. What I'm saying is, I feel like I don't... You're gonna need to sell me in the homebrew on the idea of going through the rigmarole of giving spell slots to a barbarian to expend them for something that isn't casting spells, as opposed to just cutting out the middleman and just giving them a resource that they expend to do their thing. You know? I'm excited to see it. I'm curious. But that's a crazy loop you're going. You guess you'll figure it out watching? What was your question? Oh, you asked it already. What are some of the big things I look for in homebrew? I'll tell you what I look for. I'll tell you exactly what I look for. These are the most important things for your homebrew. And I'll tell them in... I won't tell them in order of importance. I'll just tell them. Here's what I'll tell them. The command might... I don't know if the command's not working, but the link is also in the description. The command should be working. Sometimes Stream Elements doesn't... sometimes Stream Elements is a little slow. Let me check. I think it's on. Yeah, it should be on. But you can see the link in the description. I'll spin the wheel in a second. Somebody asked somebody asked how I judge things, and I think it's important to talk about. So here's what I look for in a piece. Is it easy to read and to get through? Is it clear? Is it well formatted? That's the first thing. Is it just well written? Is it formatted well? Easy to read? That's the first thing. 2, is it mechanically clear and easy to understand? 3, is it balanced in a way that I could use it in a D&D game without having to rebalance the game around it? And then 4 is the most important. Is it evocative? Is it interesting? Is it exciting? Does it give players ideas that spark them with something? Pat, did you want to come on? Pat, if you want to come on stream, just shoot me a ping. Nope, no pressure. But if you're interested, DM me on or say it in the chat or wherever. You don't have to if you don't want to though. But that's what I look for in homebrew. Is that clear? Does that make sense? I don't really care what it is. I just care that it's easy to read, it's mechanically sound, it's balanced, and it is evocative. That's what I mean. You're trying to figure out how to run a Coliseum. What does that mean, to play combat? Have you played D&D before? Persuasive Wink. Thank you for the 5. In D&D, I'm assuming your player means if you're going to run a Coliseum, you need to plan what's going to be in the Coliseum. So, like, I'm assuming what your player means is they're saying, oh, well, then you should probably have, like, different bouts. Like, okay, maybe there's one where they fight, an Umber Hulk, and maybe there's one where they fight 2 Displacer Beasts, and maybe there's one where they fight 3, that sort of thing. Is there not a submission form up? Is it not in the video description? I don't understand. Hey, Forrest, what's up? Hey, Cheshire Cat. Hey, Philip. Check the video description. Persuasive Wink. I said your name right, I think. Hi, Chicken Nuggets. I'm glad you're is chicken. Yeah. Oh, shoot. James Taylor is up first. Let's see. Let's see what James Taylor has to say. Hello, Enrique. How's it going, buddy? The command wasn't working? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Stream Elements. Maybe it's not. See if it works now. I'm very experienced homebrewing. I recently found a hole in the Sorcerer subclass, and I wanted to fill it. It seems weird that there isn't a... I read this already, James. Boop. I think I reviewed your piece earlier this week. Yeah, I don't know why Stream Elements isn't working. Hopefully it'll start doing something soon. Joe asks, should I include quarter casting? I don't understand why you're including casting at all. If you're not considering giving spell casting, I don't understand why you're doing spell slots. If you want to include quarter casting, then you are immediately bumping into the issue of how do you balance a spellcasting barbarian. So like if you want to, you can. But like I said, man, this is a challenge that you're taking that I genuinely don't understand the reason why you're taking. So I'm eager to see what you come up with, but I have very little input as to how you should actually build it. Because my first piece of advice would be to use something other than spell slots. That would be my first piece of advice. Tradosio, I think I may have looked at your piece already, but I don't remember. Oh, I didn't. Cool. Let me see if Pat messaged me. He did. All right, let me call Pat up.
Yo.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Did you, let me ask you, wait, I don't want to ask you this. I'll ask you this on stream, even though it doesn't matter, but it's definitely not an off-stream question.
Yeah, hit me. What's up?
I think you're going to hate me, but I think that either we basically just use stuff from the one episode and not both, or we might even need a different strategy. Because I agree with your issue that you had.
Yeah, it's a lot. Listen,
I agree with your issue that you had.
I think we stick to one. You said
I couldn't get. We'll talk tomorrow. But I can't find. I can't get the one. I'm having trouble getting the one down to a half hour.
I know. It's tough. It's tough.
Okay. Listen, I just wanted to say that to you right now because I feel really. I didn't want to surprise you with that in the morning.
No, I appreciate that.
Everyone chat's like, "What are we talking about?"
Should listen to Unbalanced Encounters, a story that is told in the 100 hours that it takes to tell, and we can't figure out how to make it any shorter.
Well, that is such a bad sell. That is not what's going on.
It's an awful sell. It's an awful sell.
Okay.
Okay.
So no. Okay. To be clear, we edit. We're pretty good. We do need. It would be nice to have an editor. First money before that, but we need the money.
Yeah.
But what we do. This is our show, Unbalanced Encounters. What we do for our show is we take 4 to 5 hour sessions of D&D, and we boil them down into 1.5 hour episodes. Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes 2. Yeah. We do a lot of editing. The issue that we're facing is that we are starting to try to
make it commercial.
We're trying to put like a reel together to send to like events to people so they can like a little like an elevator pitch of the show. So we're trying to take a 1.5 hour episode that we edited down from a 5 hour episode and then edit that down into. So it's just a lot. It's a lot.
30 minutes.
It doesn't matter. Everyone go listen to Unbalanced Encounters. It's really good. Here it is. I need to make a stream elements command for that. Pat, will you remind me to tomorrow or at some point? I need to do that because that should just be running. Okay. Anyway, Tradosio. They're submitting their species document again. This time their submission isn't as complete as they'd like, but they're stuck. Ooh, a challenge!
Challenge. We love a challenge.
Also, guys, let me know. Make sure Pat's balanced in terms of volume. I could really use some ideas on how to spruce the idea up. Right now, it doesn't feel as unique as I want it to, and it's bumming me out. It's called the Urson. What is Urson? Is that bear? Is that going to be a bear person?
Yeah. I'll be a bear person, which I'm into.
He's levels good. All right, thank you, Angel. Also, guys, for anyone that's new, if you see Angel in the chat, everyone owes Angel a million thank yous. Angel is an insane person and timestamps stream like a crazy person. So they are the champion of the show. What did Green Liquid say? I'm so curious. So we're gonna look at your piece in a second. I wanted to Pat. I want to ask you 2 things before we look at this piece because 2 interesting things came up in chat. One, Green Liquid is a new dungeon master and they're trying to run a Coliseum.
Okay.
I think they're having they're trying to figure out like what sort of monsters to put in or how to balance that out. And we haven't talked about that at all yet, but that's what they're talking about. But the thing that I want to talk about first is that our dear Joe Claire is, and I don't know why they're doing this, but I just think it's an interest. I challenge them to prove to me why they're doing this, but I wanted to share with you. We don't need to talk about it. Is why are you? Is that they're making a barbarian that expends spell slots for resources, but is not a spell caster.
So I mean, I have I think the same trepidation that you have, which is like, the thing that my mind immediately goes to is, why are you giving me a feature that mandates that I multi-class unless you're also giving me spell slots? And then if you're giving me spell slots and I'm not casting spells, why are you giving me spell slots unless you're expecting me to do some fuck shit with multi-classing? And that's back to the multi-classing question. So there's a piece missing there, right? Like, I feel like there's no good reason to give a barbarian spell slots unless you're trying to enable some weird stuff with multi-classing, at which point you're probably not building a tight enough subclass because it relies on multi-classing. So curious as to where that's going to go.
Yeah.
And as for the Coliseum thing, do whatever you want, right? Aesthetics.
No, their question was more because they're a new DM and they're in balance mode.
My recommendation is, don't throw anything that's going to be too crazy out of whack. There are plenty of good calculators for figuring out CR, like party level versus CR, that'll get you approximately close. And do not overlook terrain and environment. Make sure that you're not just fighting in a dirt pit. Give them plinths, give them spikes, give them weapons, give them pit traps, whatever it is. Give them a portcullis, whatever it is. Give them something to play with that's not just like
interesting environments. Yeah.
Jacob says flood the arena. That could be a really cool way to put a timer on a thing. And interestingly enough, a real thing that used to happen at the Coliseum.
They used to flood the arena?
Yeah, so I forget if it was the Coliseum or the Circus Maximus, but one of the two of them was big enough and watertight enough that they would flood it for like small-scale ship battles.
Oh, that's crazy.
Kind
Data,
of like what we do with ice hockey.
Data tried making a spellcasting barbarian that I looked at in the member section of the Discord. And I agree, Data. Yours is pretty dang good. It's basically, I think that, I forget if they can only cast spells while they're. It's like they have it's not like they're a spellcaster. It's like they have limited spellcasting based on very specific
and wild magic
circumstances.
adjacent. Where it's like the wild magic barbarian isn't a caster, but has this like peripheral.
It was a neat idea.
All
right, let's take a look at this. Okay, so we have bear people, and it looks like each one gets like a couple gets a couple minor things. So let's take a look. They're pretty regular in terms of all the regular stuff. 30 feet movement, powerful build. They have claws that do strength damage. They have a maximum hit point increase, so they're beefy little boys.
Oh wow! Is that a thing that you can do?
Yeah. The mountain dwarf gets this, I think.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, and the draconic blood sorcerer gets this. Yeah, if you want a fun build, go mountain dwarf, dragon bloodline sorcerer, and then take the toughness feat. And you gain an extra 3 hit points every level.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's fun. Okay, so then there's 3 types. There's the Arctic forest, jungle. Yeah, no, just Arctic forest and jungle. Jungle looks like it has the least things. Arctic has resistance to cold damage and a swim speed. And you can hold your breath a little longer. Forest has bonus action. You can move towards a hostile creature. That's very orky. And then they have a climb speed. And then it looks like jungle has you're proficient in persuasion and you have thick skin, +1 to your AC. So from a balance perspective, these feel pretty good. I feel like I would hesitate. The only thing that I have a little trepidation around is giving the AC bonus and the health bonus. I feel like that might be a lot of like sitting in the same spot. But let's talk to Tradosio's greater point, which is they feel like it's missing something, and I wonder, Trad, I wonder if it's missing something because none of these features are really unique. These are all features that you can find in other classes. Like orcs have aggressive, Goliaths have the cold climate thing. A bunch of people can swim, a bunch of people can climb.
Cinder, I feel like. You know how you feel about avatar states as capstones for monks? That's how I feel about putting powerful build on races. Stop it. Everything has powerful build. Tradosio, I love you. Stop putting powerful build on things.
I didn't know you had such strong feelings about powerful build.
it's such a thing that like it almost never comes up unless you're playing the crunchiest of fucking games. And when it does, it's kind of cool. But like again, it's everything has powerful build, right? It's just like it's the default way of like, oh, this is a little beefy. And so I feel like not only is there something thematically missing here, I feel like to Cinder's point, there are a couple of missteps where it's like there are things that you've pulled from other places that aren't out of place here, but maybe aren't selling the unique fiction of a bear person. I legitimately just came up with an idea off the top of my head that I think could be cool.
Let's hear the bear person idea.
You get a feature that is basically hibernate. If you spend more than, I don't know, make up some number, 10, 16 hours sleeping, you get like a ridiculous slug of temporary hit points.
Is it do we want to create circumstances for a character to decide to spend less time, like be passive more though?
Probably not. But I think that my example here off the dome was like was less about is this a good specific game mechanic and more like try to think about things that are uniquely bear, mimetically bear, and figure out how to represent those mechanically.
I was thinking, what about this? What if you dropped the toughness thing where they get extra hit points, but you had it where every time they took a long rest, they woke up with temporary hit points. Like they started with temporary hit points, like a little temp hit point buff.
Yeah. I think that's really cool. And
it could be more than this one. It could end up being a little bit more than this just because it's temporary.
It'll go away.
What else do bears get? They're good at smelling. I feel like honey, stealing picnic baskets, stopping forest fires. What if... Okay, this is not the move, but I feel like you could go in the direction of inside jokes, and they could have the power to snuff out flames, the power to detect food.
That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny.
And then and immunity to bees.
I mean, I think of all of those things, resistance to piercing damage might be something that you could potentially use instead of just giving a +1 to AC for thick skin.
That would be weird.
Also, sniffing out food is like a great example of something that I can't think of another race or species in 5e that has that, and it's like it doesn't really mean anything mechanically, but it's very thematic. And so, and it also it's not like that's just something real bears are good at, right? Like it's not a specific cartoon thing, and all of a sudden it gives your race a sense of unique character where it's like, somebody could pick this up and immediately envision like, oh, I could play the guy that's always hungry, right? And like their brain starts going on character a little bit.
Yeah.
Somebody said resistance to poison. Again, everything has resistance to poison, right? It's not bad. It's not necessarily wrong. It's just very prevalent.
One thing that I think you could do that I don't know if it would make sense for bears over other large predatory animals, but I think it fits for any, is you could get some sort of bonus to specific types of animal handling checks. Or intimidation or something with like I feel like there's something there too, but like make it more animal focused. Somebody is saying they can't edit the Google Doc. What are you talking about? What Google Doc?
This one probably.
You don't need to be able to edit this one. So it doesn't matter.
Future Planet has an idea that I think is great, and I want to bring it up.
Green Liquid. Why do you just keep saying help? You can't edit the Google Doc. What the fuck are you talking about? I love you. You're new though, and I don't understand your confusion. Please help me guide you. Or somebody chat. Figure it out.
Yeah, please.
Sorry.
No worries. Future Planet says you could be faster if you walk on 4 legs, action to stand up. I don't know that I agree with action to stand up, but I love the idea of like if you're not wielding a weapon or a shield, right? If your hands are free and you take the dash action, you get like a 20-foot bonus to move speed, right? You could do something with that where you just like go feral and get a dash action out of it.
That's an interesting idea. I don't know how I feel about shifting movement speeds in the middle of a thing. I think it's a really interesting idea though.
Again, all of this is like, we are off the dome here. We're listening to chat. We're just coming up with stuff. So Tradosio, whatever you end up doing, spend some time to think about how it's going to.
I feel like I think the closest we got was what you said initially, which was doing something with hibernation. I really like that.
I think getting some temp HP to reflect sleep is like a cool thing for a bear specifically.
Yeah, and not to beat the dead horse of teaching, but I do think that whole circle that we just walked is something that everybody should be thinking about when they're making something, which is like, aside from just making stuff that works, how do you make it unique? How do you make it feel very specifically like the thing that it is, as opposed to, because like the thing is, this all works. There's nothing in here that's like doesn't work. It's pretty solid. The question though is, how do we make it more berry?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Which there's also an element. Somebody just said the thing that maybe I agree with, maybe I don't, which is bears have weak flavor. Sadly, they have hibernation, bees, and fish. Mimetically, they're an animal. They don't have a ton more going on than like a real creature. So it may also be worth thinking about, like, what is the culture of the Urson uniquely? Yeah.
Are they bears of the Fire Nation?
And you do give some subspecies that I think kind of allude to that. And honestly, I think a lot of the good work that you've done here is in subspecies, right? Like, I like aggressive from the forest quite a bit. I feel like Arctic acclimated is not maybe enough for the whole species, but it's good for the Arctic one.
Yeah, I like the go Urson Swarmkeeper Ranger, be a beekeeper.
That'd be really good. Oh my god, that'd be really good.
Maybe like a 2-level dip into Way of the Shepherd, so that you could talk to them, and then you could reflavor the shaman totems as like little hives.
Man, I have never wanted to play like a slightly silly character more. That sounds incredible.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot. All right, cool. Guys, let's give a big round of applause for Tradosio. Thank you very much, guy.
Thank you, Tradosio.
Now, I do want to point something out here. Tradosio sent us something that was not done, which is totally fine. It's pretty but it's not half done. Like, a lot of the work is there, but he asked also a very specific question, and because he asked a very specific question, it allowed us to guide him. So if you are submitting a homebrew and you want something you want help with something specific in it, that is not like, help me with this 3rd level feature, but it's like, I don't feel like this is this enough. You know, maybe we can help. Anyway, thank you, Tradosio.
I will also say that, for not being completely finished, it was legible and like easy to navigate, and that I think is critical if you're submitting. It doesn't have to be miraculously formatted, but like,
I mean, listen, for a lot of people, stuff that would qualify for finish. I think that it's because Tradosio is very specifically knows what he's aiming for, and is you know, when you make enough homebrew, you become a little self-aware.
Oh,
and you're like, oh, this is good, but it's not all the way, you know? You can just tell.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And, like you said, like, Urson would be playable at the table today, but it's not the extra special thing it could be if you push a little harder.
Now, this just says Executioner's Defender, which I don't think is a person's name, but I'm not
No, but it could be an idea.
I'm so curious if this is going to be... sometimes people send me stuff that's not homebrew.
Oh.
I have no character, no lore, and no
like
intentions with
love
this
letters?
baby. Just thought it sounded rad and would like others to use it, maybe. Okay, I mean, I'm going to be honest. If you don't care about it that much, I'm kind of just going to point out what works and what doesn't and tell you if I think it's good. And then I'm going to move on.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's a very rare weapon. 1d12 slashing damage. Two-handed, heavy, big old weapon. The point of this massive blade is over a foot wide. Rounded and tends to be fairly dull. The sides, however, are sharpened to a razor's edge and strong enough to slice through even some metals. The breadth of this absolute unit provides its wielder three-quarters cover. Jesus Christ. No, that's way too strong. Okay, also, so another way to say what this sword does, this is what you're saying. You're saying this is a sword that gives you +5 to your AC. That's what that means.
Yeah. +2 if you're Laura.
So while might be a fun idea, that you got to express that differently in the mechanics. And what do you parry reaction question mark doesn't mean anything, so I don't know what that means. That means nothing. So yeah, no, your magic sword probably shouldn't give +5 to your AC, in my personal opinion.
Probably not.
No, definitely not.
I'm trying to think if there's. No, it certainly should not give you +5. I'm trying to think if there's anything that like could you do the +2 from half cover with like. I want it to be good because I want Cloud's fucking Buster Sword to give me like an AC, but like because that's just so dumb.
But
right?
but he doesn't ever guard with his sword. He has his
I know.
He has his demon armor.
It'd be funny. It'd be funny if he did, right? Like.
Yeah.
No, but I can't think of a good loop to make that like dynamic. It's just a static bonus, which is not great.
Yeah, this is not half cover. This is 3/4 cover.
Yes, that's way too high.
Yeah, I mean, if I was gonna make something like this, I've seen items like this before, but usually out of shields. But you can make it out of a sword, but where it's like it has a power to like open up into a shield, so you could have like a reaction and it maybe does like a it could even just cast the shield spell a couple times a day. You could do something like that.
That's true. That could work. That could be a way to represent what you're doing there.
But yeah, not many other thoughts other than that. If for folks that are at home wondering why the AC is hard to come by in D&D, and then everybody's like, oh, laughs in my level 1 paladin. It's like, yeah, because you built the whole fucking thing to have AC. Congratulations, you made a boring character. But
I mean, it is tricky, right? Like that's the whole point of 5e is the bounded
AC is not
never have an AC over about 22.
Yeah, the game is not designed for you to have an AC that goes forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Thank you very much for sharing. Executioner Defense. That's not your name, but that was the thing you shared. Thank you.
Fully anonymous submissions, I guess, are fine.
Yeah, I don't care. Thank you.
There's claps in the chat.
Z Morningstar. I might have looked at this one already this week.
Let's find out.
Melee sorcerer that can use weapons. I believe I already ripped this to pieces, but let's just check.
Melee sorcerer that can use weapons.
Did.
So the Blade Singer wizard, but a sorcerer for some reason.
Yeah, I already ripped it to shreds. Bye.
Cool. Fair enough.
Keep forgetting to take people off the wheel when I review them. This is the problem.
Yeah, it is.
It wasn't a resubmission. I just forgot to take it off. I think Beb Gab is one too.
Oh no.
Oh my god, I'm so sloppy, guys. Thank you for viewing my Slinging Orb a couple weeks ago. I took your feedback on board and altered it accordingly. I hope you'll like this next spell. I feel like maybe it should be higher level. Maybe I didn't review this before. Displacement. I don't recognize this.
Okay, cool.
All right, maybe these old tired eyes have still a little bit more left to see. Second level reaction. Displacement. You quickly reach toward your attacker. Reaction is when you are targeted with a melee attack, by the way. You reach toward your attacker, attempting to teleport them away from you. As long as your target is within 5 feet of you, you force them to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, you instantaneously teleport them to an unoccupied space within 10 feet of you. Your target, still facing the same direction, then follows through with their attack. Direction isn't really a thing in D&D. Aimed at the space they are now facing. Again, direction isn't really a thing in D&D in terms of where characters are facing. Also, how does this work with something like a gelatinous ooze, which doesn't have a face? If there is nothing in that space, the attack simply misses. So the way that you would say that is you would say they have to attack something within they make the attack against a creature within their reach from their current position, and if there is no creature within their reach, the attack misses. If the teleported creature isn't on a surface or liquid that can support it, the creature instead falls, taking damage as normal and landing prone. I would not do that. Okay, so here's what I would say. If you want to make this work, you got to drop this. They have to land on the ground, and the attack has to still happen, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a Rune Knight that has a similar thing. It's a little bit different, though, right? They redirect an attack, though, I think, or they redirect something. But yeah,
not sure.
If I was going to do second level, I feel like this is the move: is you can teleport them 10 feet away, and they have to make the attack from there. If they can't reach you from there, they can pick another target from within their reach. But here's the other thing that I would say is, I mean, what if they have movement? Do they still have to make the attack, or can they run up to you and take the attack? I guess they have to still make the attack. Yeah, they could definitely, no. What I would say, Kelka undo today. What I would say is probably make it so they teleport away, but then if they can't hit you with their attack, they could choose a new target that is within their reach. Something like that. And I would also say that I think that it is not that strong, so I don't think it needs to be higher levels. There's plenty of creatures that have more than 5 feet of reach, which means that, or even 10 feet of reach, so like this will still hit a lot of stuff. 5 feet range should be 10 feet. I don't understand what you mean. I would just say a space within 10 feet of you, that is 10 feet. That's not a range. Does it work with allies? I think if they're shooting an attack at you, then yeah.
At which point are they really allies?
Yeah. For the sake of formatting, this spell doesn't seem to include conditions for the reaction. It does. It's at the bottom. This is how D&D Beyond does it. But you could put it up in here if you wanted to as well. How would you do weapon type versus armor? Like slashing weapon versus plate armor? In Dungeons and Dragons, armor does not react differently to different damage types unless it specifically says it does. So slashing, piercing, bludgeoning damage, they all have the same effect unless the ability specifically mentions that they don't. And while some people might be like, I want more, other people like the simplicity. So them's the breaks.
It's the trade-off. You want more? I think 3.5 gives you more nuanced interactions. Fourth Ed in some ways.
But not with AC.
Fourth Ed not with AC. 3.5 had some nuances there, but 3.5 was also so massive by the time that it was over that like there was always a whole book of exceptions.
Yeah. Isabella Drake, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's my cousin. Confused floaty head guy. That sounds like, doesn't that sound like my cousin?
Really does. Really does.
Do I think different damage types should have different effects?
Not really.
Not really.
Because AC is so baked, like a fully baked thing, where it's like it's your armor. And
if I was a
shield
computer, I would say yes, but I don't want to have to think of and figure out all those interactions. To be honest,
especially real time,
or account for them in terms of for my planning. Like damage types do have different effects, but it's based on creatures more than anything else.
Yeah, you could have a magical plate armor that gives you resistance to slashing damage, but that's such a one-off thing that the player keeps track of that it is what it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, Bebgab, for your little displacement spell. We're going to displace right on past it. Thank you. A short distance teleport that defensively teleports the enemy away, I think is pretty strong because of where you can place them. But it's also, it's an interesting idea because being able to decide where an enemy is on the map is like really good for like avoiding opportunity attacks and for just like battlefield control and all sorts of stuff. But it is the shortness of it only being 10 feet kind of makes it so it's not too strong because a lot of monsters can still just hit you.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. I would be interested to see how it plays.
Pokemon.
True.
Pat, I told you about my Pokemon experience, didn't I?
Did you have a specific Pokemon experience?
Oh, yeah.
No.
I only played one Pokemon ever.
Okay.
Oh, one Pokemon game ever, I should say.
Okay.
And it was like it was red or blue. It was one of those two.
Yeah, sure.
And I cheated, so I didn't have to do anything. I just had super powerful Pokemon.
How'd you cheat?
I had it on my computer, and I knew how to crack the code.
Nice.
I didn't know how to crack the code. My buddy knew how to crack the code. TechScum,
Sure.
I believe we looked at this piece already. Yeah, this
Texas
is...
was asking if she was on the...
Yeah, TechScum, we looked at this piece earlier. I'll tell you the same thing again. It's really quickly. This is just way too strong. It's just way too strong. It's unfortunately just doesn't work. This sentence, if the whole thing was just this sentence, it would still be too strong. So,
yeah,
keeping in mind that that sentence is just a big part of it. Now, I think if you did want to make it work, you would have to be so hyper limiting that it's like, and I'll give you an example of how limiting. I think you would have to limit it in terms, like, certainly no concentration spells, and you'd probably even want to limit, like, I'd probably say no concentration spells, no spells longer than an action to cast. Like, there would be a variety of stuff I think you'd need to add. And even then, I would be super hesitant to let a player use it.
Yeah. It's interesting that this has come out now twice.
It's people like Magic Barbarians. I get the vibe. The vibe is cool.
Yeah. I mean, and to this point, we ran a Magic Barbarian homebrew subclass in Rally. It was Cinder's subclass for the first arc, first two arcs.
Mm-hmm.
And to exactly the point that he just made, like, no concentration spells, no spells that took longer than casting an action. It was limited to like two very specific, very defensive schools of druid magic.
Yeah.
So it was like really, really tied in.
All right, TechScum, let's give her a round of applause. Tradosio, yeah, we gave you some thoughts for your bear people.
Yeah, hopefully the VOD is useful because we came up with some ideas. It's close.
It's interesting. It's a bear person. I believe in a thing called bears. You know that song?
No, but it's pretty great.
Maybe you should just scrap the subclass and let you cast Shocking Grasp while raging. I mean, honestly, dude, you don't actually want my opinion on that. You should just make whatever you want.
Yeah, because my opinion on that is
I don't know why Stream Elements isn't working tonight. I'm sorry. All of the links are all of the links that you could get through Stream Elements are in the video description.
Yeah,
I should just get rid of the commands. No, I'm gonna leave them there for to confuse people. I think I looked at your funny little guy. No, I didn't. Path of the Gremlin by Sponge Man.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I like the name already.
We love a little guy.
You want my opinion? My opinion is I don't like spellcasting barbarians. That's my opinion. I don't like, unless they are... That's not true. I don't like them in 99% of circumstances. I think they need to be... They need to be two things in order for them to, I think, work. One, they need to be so hyper-limited that the spellcasting isn't so much spellcasting as a way to uplift a specific character idea or image of the subclass. And then the second thing is they need to have a very specific image of what that subclass is supposed to be, other than just spellcasting barbarian. And I feel like yours was... I don't remember exactly what yours was, but I felt like yours was on the way. Okay, anyway, Path of the Gremlin. Barbarians of the Path of the Gremlin have more chaos and anger than their bodies can contain. Favored by goblins, gnomes, and halflings, this primal path channels that fury into achieving things far bigger than its followers. Boundless strength can be found in the smallest of packages. You're repeating yourself now. I would probably just get rid of this whole sentence. Even the largest of people can learn to tap into their inner gremlin. Yeah, okay. As long as the unbridled energy is in your heart, you can learn to wield it. I mean, yeah, you can get rid of this whole... I would say get rid of this half.
Legitimately, channels that fury into achieving things far bigger than its followers is both a really good and evocative sentence, and also it's a really specific rhetorical device, the name of which I'm forgetting, which I hate because it's one of my favorites. Where
a gibbering wither's toe.
That would, honestly, it probably sounds a lot like that.
A dangling participant.
Dangling participant.
That's a grammar joke.
I gotta figure out that. Yes, that's
for anybody that's watching.
That's got a narrow audience. But no, the idea of things far bigger than its followers being the sort of juxtaposition of physical size versus abstract impact. There's a term for when you use one word to mean two things within a single sentence, and I really like it. It's really good.
Yeah, Jub, welcome. A confused floaty head guy, again, my cousin, says magic barbarian doesn't cast spells, but instead infuses himself with the essence of spells, able to deal damage. And you know what? I'll tell you, that's a great idea. And that is the zealot barbarian. That is the storm herald barbarian. That is the giant. The path of the giant barbarian. All of them literally, that's what they do. They infuse themselves with magic with their attacks. Giant is probably very close. Giant literally can just make a fire axe. Tiny Terror. When you choose this path at 3rd level, you learn to wield the untamed fury of your inner gremlin, providing you the following benefits. If you ran a zoo, all barbarians would get a unique resistance. Is that a term? Or do they just go to the zoo? When you enter your rage, you can make an attack with a weapon attack that has the light property as a part of the same bonus action. Interesting. While raging, weapons you wield with the light property deal an additional 1d4 damage. Interesting. When you engage in 2-weapon fighting, you can add your ability modifier to the second attack. I'm going to be honest. I actually think you do not add this. And I'll tell you why.
That's a little much.
Because you are already getting your bonus rage damage on that hit still. And now you're getting this extra d4. So you're already getting an extra 1d4 plus 2 on that attack already.
We go a little too far in the next one, too, I think.
When wielding 2 weapons with a light property, you gain a +1 bonus to your AC. Yeah, so if I were you, I think this is the move. I think you drop these 2, and then you give them something else. Maybe something that's more cash. What else should just a little guy get?
Probably something to do with well, you don't want to do cover because you don't want to encourage barbarians.
Can I tell you what I'm thinking that is missing here?
Yeah, hit me.
Mischief.
Yep, I mean, I agree.
So I would say you drop these 2 features and you give them some non-rage related feature that would encourage mischievous nature.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could make mischievous nature happen in a very barbarian way by doing things like tripping attacks or like kind of goading stuff, just anything that's like not tied to their rage, but that is kind of that.
You know what I was thinking? I was thinking going in a really different direction. I was thinking doing something like reckless skill checks, where maybe you could maybe you could choose, you could be like, all right, I'm going to make, like, you could make a check with advantage, but it makes it so your next check will be made with disadvantage.
That's very fun.
Maybe something like that. I don't know exactly. I would probably limit what those checks would be. I might keep it to like sleight of hand or like dismantling traps or stuff like that. The other thing about gremlins, which is a thing about gremlins in the context of gremlins, but not in the context of gremlins, is that they're like machine breakers.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if there's anything that you could do to like work that in. Doing damage to like objects and stuff.
Maybe, yeah. I like it.
I really like reckless skill checks though. I really like that. That's very
something.
Fun.
I don't know. It wouldn't. I wouldn't just make it flat across the board. And you need to think about how you'd balance a little bit. But I do think that would be fun.
Yeah.
Ankle cutter. Hello, brothers and ducklings. The Sunlight Paladin made it. How do you feel about the Sunlight Paladin?
Me?
Yeah.
What I'm sure they're lovely. I know.
All right, I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure.
We've not had the pleasure. We've not had the pleasure. Hello, Sunlight Palette, and I'm glad you can make it.
Something to make
Go
up for
with
the
whole judgment
low
thing,
movement
you
of
never
tiny
know.
dudes. Maybe I don't think we need that at third level, Jub. I feel like we don't want to overdo third level.
Yeah.
Let's look at Slippery Scoundrel. We could do something like that with Slippery Scoundrel potentially. When you reach 6th level, your body gains an unrivaled level of reflexive quickness. When you are grappled or restrained, you can use your reaction to move 10 feet, immediately escaping the grapple or potentially ending the restraint. How is it only potentially?
Yeah, that's awkwardly worded.
Starting at 14th level, you can make a melee weapon as a part of the same react. What? I'm gonna just say that this doesn't make sense. Here's what I'm gonna say. This is giving someone advantage on the use your reaction to move 10 feet and escape a grapple, but potentially enter restraint. Like I don't. I'm not really.
This is referencing something that I think exists in some monster stat block or something that where like there is something in D&D, and I can't remember what it is, but there is something in D&D that can, as a reaction, when it's grappled, move 10 feet and immediately break the grapple. So like that's a known thing. I just can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I don't think I would put that on this. I don't know. I feel like it's not the move. I also feel like as a barbarian, you already get advantage on athletics when you're raging, which is like what you use to break a grapple most of the time. So I feel like it's not like it doesn't. We don't need it. And I feel like I would encourage going in a different direction with this one. Yeah, I don't know. I certainly would drop the reaction.
With the weapon attack and stuff.
I would certainly drop the reaction with the weapon attack. I think maybe you could keep the first part. I probably would make it. I would probably make it infinite use, not limited use, and I would make it a check, not an automatic escape. So that it essentially would allow you to double your potential chances to get out of a grapple, or to use your not waste your turn to try to get out of it. But I don't know. I don't think it's doing enough, if I'm being honest. I think it's doing a little bit too much in some places, and to balance that down, ends up not doing enough.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. I also feel like, I don't know. There's lots of ways to be squirrely. You know, it doesn't all need to be grapple related. Whirling attack. When you reach 10th level, the energy of your rage makes you into a torrent of blades. As an action while holding a weapon, you unleash a series of furious sweeping swings. Each creature within 5 feet of you has to make a dex saving throw, or take 4d6 plus 4d4 piercing, 4d6 or 4d4 slashing or bludgeoning damage on a failed save or half on a success. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, regaining expended uses on a long rest. You know what I think?
10th level's not usually an attack, right? That's my first thought.
I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything crazy with that. But I do think that if I were this person, I would try to make this feel. What I would do is I would take this 10-foot movement out of this 6th level feature, and I would put it here. And I would say, all creatures within 5 feet of you have to do this, and then you can immediately move 10 feet without being, moving through hostile creatures or whatever. The idea being, like, you hit everybody and then roll out of it. I think that could be cool.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about the damage. I think I would lower it a little bit if I were you. I think.
So what is the benefit of 46 plus 44?
I think they're trying to flavor that you're making lots of little attacks, so they just took what your normal little attacks would be, which is 1d6 plus 1d4, and they just multiplied that by 4. But I wouldn't multiply it by 4. I would probably multiply it by 2, because there's a large area around you. So, or maybe 3. I don't know. I feel like this is too much damage.
What if you just made it 4d4? Would that be enough? Because I feel like just keeping it to 1 die size is.
Yeah, that probably would be enough. Or honestly, you could even do 46. 46 is probably the move. But yeah, I would drop. Yeah, I would drop one of them, and then I would tie in the rollout with it, because it sort of feels like you're spinning like a true whirlwind. Then
Yeah, and then it also kind of gives you a disengage too, which is nice.
Yeah. Let's look at Shin Strike. At 14th level, You know exactly where to hit a creature to make its life a living hell. Once per rage, when you hit with a melee weapon attack, you can do one of the following. Deal an additional 8d4 damage of the weapon's type, reducing the target's speed by 10 feet. Don't say the target must make, say force the target. I don't know. If you're doing something, then you need to say what you're doing in this part. But you could say creating one of the following effects, and then you could say this. But grammatically, if you want to, whatever. It's a little thing, but it makes a difference. The target makes a con saving throw or is stunned. Stunning things is boring. It's also what monks do. I wouldn't do that. Also, this
to be fair, that's just sneak attack.
Well, I was going to say, this is not only is it just sneak attack, it's also basically the same thing flavor-wise as wrecking.
Yeah.
Whirling wreck. It's like, oh, you deal a bunch of extra damage. So, like, I feel like we get a little, like, first level feature, really solid. 6th level feature, decent flavor. 10th level feature, all right. But when you mix them all together, this is a little one note at the moment, I think. And I think that, especially with whirling attack and shin strike, I think you gotta redo something. And I'm not exactly sure. I have a couple ideas, but I would just drop shin strike maybe.
I like the name, but it needs to do something, I think, radically different.
Yeah. S Obelisk says they want to do some mischief. Let them do some mischief. What if instead of the 10th level, what if Whirling Strike was 10th level and it did a little bit more damage and it was once a day as opposed to once a rage or whatever. And then at 10th level, you got an ability where you could dispel magical effects or disarm traps by hitting them.
That's very good.
Like, you can make an attack against like a spell or trap, like a you'd have to figure out the wording for it, but like a trap or magical permanent, semi-permanent magical effects, spell save DC, and then if you got higher than it, you could break it.
Or the counterspell thing where it's like an attack made against 10 plus the spell's level.
Yeah. I think that would be fun.
That's really good. That's really good.
Because that's also mischief. Somebody said, yeah, against the lock is a great idea too. The other thing that you could do, if you made it against, this is what I would do. If you made that permanent, this is how I would make it work. I would make it so if you succeeded, you dismantled it. But if you failed, whatever the DC of it was would get harder, probably. And maybe if it was a lock, it would just become unpickable. Because you would just like break it, but not in a way that it was open, just in a way that you couldn't reach in anymore.
That's very good.
I like that idea a lot, actually. That's a lot of fun. Yeah. All right. I think that's how you make this guy a little bit more gremlin and a little bit less slicey dicey.
Which, I mean, it is a barbarian, so I get why you landed there. But I think to be something distinct, you've got to push it in that direction. You've got to push it in the mischief direction. Yeah.
I wouldn't let you use it against instantaneous spells. It would be against like somebody had cast polymorph. Like you'd use it for the same stuff you would use the spell magic on. Not headbutting. Yeah, right. Although headbutting Ray of Frost does sound like fun. Anyway, let's give SpongeBan a round of applause. What were you gonna say, Pat?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was just gonna say, to be fair, you picked like the one spell that already kind of does work like that. If somebody's polymorph, you can just hit them hard enough and it will end the polymorph.
Not if somebody else casts polymorph on them.
Don't you bop back when you hit 0 HP?
Yeah, but like you're gonna hit a T-Rex for 140 whatever block hit points.
Listen, I said hard enough. I don't know what enough means at any given moment.
No, you're right. How's it going, chat? How's everybody feeling tonight? Who's got school tomorrow or work tomorrow? Say hello. My Sunday is my Monday, and my Monday is my Tuesday, and my Tuesday is my Thursday, and my Wednesday is my Thursday, and my Thursday, we don't need to go there.
We never actually do get there.
Well, we get there twice. It's tricky. I get there twice so that I can work with myself, and we can do high fives together forever.
Amazing.
This piece is from Fluzunia. It's almost like Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Oh, and it's a feat. I love feats.
Nice.
You get a free pizza? I wish I got a free pizza. You know what I get for free on Mondays? I get a free coffee, which I love.
What do you mean? Where do you get a free coffee?
You're gonna judge. You're gonna. No, you don't. You don't want. Not the you don't want. You want free. You won't like it. You only like special coffee.
True. Okay, so you get free like what is like McDonald's coffee or something?
It's not McDonald's coffee, but it's Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
McDonald's coffee and Dunkin' Donuts coffee, I would argue, are about
Dunkin' Donuts coffee is much better than McDonald's coffee. They're different species. They're different species.
To be fair, the last
McDonald's
time I had
coffee smells like hamburger.
Not on the West Coast, which is a weird thing about McDonald's, because there is no Dunkin' Donuts on the West Coast. So
Dunkin' Donuts coffee legit is pretty good, in my opinion. I like it.
Okay.
I liked it more than I liked La Colombe that when I used to work at WeWork.
God, I do not understand La Colombe. Everyone seems to be so enthusiastic about it. It's so bad. It's so bad.
I liked the Dunkin' Donuts more. And I'm a coffee fiend, although I'm a cheap coffee fiend. You're a coffee aficionado. I'm a coffee scumbag. No, not scumbag. Dirt bag.
There you go. But yeah, we're part of the brotherhood, you know? You gotta drink coffee.
Yeah. I'm on the WC. What does that stand for? Wilmington, Colorado?
Probably. Washington County.
Winchester, Sisyphus.
Oh, you know what? It's definitely westbound choo-choo. I'm on the westbound choo-choo.
Yeah, water closet. If anyone's ever been to Europe, it is water closet for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a feat called Multicaster. You are now able to cast multiple spells at once. Doing so will break concentration of an existing spell. We're gonna see. All spells must have the same casting time. All spells must not possess components.
I don't understand what this is. You're now able to cast so within the same action.
All spells must not possess the same components. All spells must not be concentration. So you could cast a spell with verbal components at the same time as a spell with material and somatic components.
I think that, I swear to God, I think that's fine, because that's so few spells.
Here's what I'm gonna say. In my very limited experience on this realm, I have never, ever seen people being able to cast multiple spells at the same time lead to the game being more fun for everyone. Never seen it. I think
that's a good way to put that.
I have never seen it. I have seen it make the game more fun for one person, and that's it. I've seen it make the game frustrating for other people. I've seen people make the game tiresome for other people. And because of that, what I'm going to say is I think two things. One, I just am not going to take the time to figure out what spell combinations are here and what spell combinations aren't here in a way that's going to work or not work. This might be balanced in regard to that, but there's an element of like how much fun is this thing to figure out, and I could really easily see this being frustrating in a player taking a long time to figure out what spells they can do this with, or misunderstanding it and mixing it up. People in the chat are also bringing up subtle spell, which just eliminates component costs in some circumstances. There's also things like the aberrant mind sorcerer, where they can use they can use sorcery points to cast their spells with no component costs. So it kind of would break things in that regard. I think it's an interesting idea. I'll tell you what is really fun here. What's really fun here is the logic of it. Of like, you're basically ambidextrous, right? It's like, if I have a hand free to do one thing and a mouth free to do another, I can. And that out of context is inappropriate. But you know what I'm talking about.
What I would do with this, because I think, Cinder, you've kind of put the fear of God into, is this a good idea here or not? What I would do with this, because I think there's something interesting here, is like, go in, figure out what spells satisfy the criteria that you would want to see played in that way, and see if they might fit together as a monster action. Because that would be a really cool thing for like a BBEG to be able to do, is this sort of ambidextrous spellcasting and be built around the combos that you're envisioning wanting to pull off.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I do think that if I was gonna make a feat like this, I would need a chart. I don't know.
Right.
There's something.
I mean, to be fair, if you're writing this and you haven't made a chart, you are doing everyone involved a disservice, because like when you do weird things like this and you're trying to think about like this sort of meeting intersection of 8 or so separate rules and rulings, you really need to figure out like what spells actually do what you want them to do here. Because at the end of the day, that without all of the exceptions that Cinder just pointed out, this could actually just be not very good or fun, right? Because it could just be like, oh, I get to like use Misty Step and I don't know, Prestidigitation simultaneously. It's like, is that really what you're going for, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I love the idea though. I really like this is a tricky thing, because it is like it makes so much sense logically. You know what I mean? Like this is one of those circumstances where it's sort of like if this was a 1-player game or like just a character in a story, I think this would be really cool. It's just harder when it comes up against the limitations of player characters. And by that I don't even just mean balance. I mean like the time it takes to figure stuff out and that sort of stuff. But it's an interesting idea. Yeah, it's a very interesting idea. All right, let us give our dear Fluzunia a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Louisiana. Thank you for sharing the multicaster feat.
Yeah.
It would make a villain seem really intense if it's like, oh, the bad guy's a sorcerer, and then suddenly it's like, yeah, but why are they doing all this different stuff at the same time? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
His DMs get to do whatever the fuck they want, for better or worse.
Yeah, they have to do more work though, so it balances it out. And they also have to lose every fight. You know?
Yeah, that's actually true.
One of the things that
DMs
a piece of advice that I realize a piece of advice that I think I need to give out to dungeon masters, because people always say like, I'm new, what's my advice? You need to decide that you're gonna have fun if you lose 99% of the fights, because any fight that you like, you need to not think about it like in those terms, because you're basically building every fight with the goal of losing, which I think people need to get their heads around a little bit.
Yeah, I think that other TTRPGs are better at demonstrating that than D&D. I think D&D, because it's so kind of two-sided and the DM has to manage all of this complexity, that you do sort of feel like you're playing in order to, quote, win. And that's just not true. The DM wins when the players win, and that's it, right? That's the like full stop. If it ends at a TPK and that's not something that your party is excited about, you have failed. And so yeah, you just gotta flip your script on that.
Doesn't Zoro's old sensei look a lot like Patrick?
I think this is a One Piece reference.
Oh, it's definitely no. It's you don't know Zoro. He's got the mask. He fights for the Spanish people.
I don't think that Zoro had a sensei though.
You don't think so?
Probably not, unless he was like stationed in like.
I'll tell you what. Japan. Maybe. I don't know who Zoro's sensei is, because that he wasn't in the real version of One Piece yet. I only watched the real version.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if he looks like him. He was? Zoro's sensei? He was in the... No, he wasn't. He wasn't in episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. Oh, he's in the flashbacks. I don't remember. Here, let me look.
Yeah, look it up.
Is it 1 or 2? Zoro's sensei Netflix. I have to type Netflix so it shows us the real one.
Yeah, right. None of the spin-off nonsense.
This guy? What's his sensei's name?
I mean, the
I don't
guy
have
with the
enough
round
bars.
glasses does kind of look like me.
No,
that
you're not.
scrolling over now.
You're not that guy. Maybe you are that guy. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Kid that joins the Marines. One Piece. Netflix. Patrick.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm waiting.
Maybe this is you.
I mean, I don't have pink hair.
Yeah, but
or
I
short
don't. I
hair
also
or
don't have a
look like
straw
that
hat or
anyway.
rubber powers. But I'm going to be the Pirate King.
I mean, I know you're going to be the Pirate King, but I don't think you're going to be that Pirate King, right? Like, are you
Well,
gonna be that
no,
guy?
but if I'm a character, if I'm taking inspiration from the show, I mean, let's go. You know what I mean? But I will also say, Pat, you haven't watched the show yet, have you?
No, I haven't. No. And also, Derek says that's a totally different person, so I don't know what anyone.
No, I know this isn't Zoro's sensei or whatever the fuck. I couldn't find it. If you can find me a picture, you can send it to me. But this is Patrick. Patrick, and this is me.
Okay.
And we're all Dracul. We're all Dracul.
Yeah, I mean, in our hearts and minds and sword skills.
Wait a second. We gotta stop for a second. Enrique,
Yeah.
we gotta talk about this for a second here. I gotta lay some news out there here. 1 second. Let me just set this up. All right, Pat.
I'm here.
Guys, just to be clear, Enrique said, I am a pirate king, not the king of the pirates. And I understand that. You know, I try to run a kind of serious show here. I want to give a lot of love to you guys. I like to keep it silly. I like to keep it light. You know, I don't want anybody, I don't like getting too serious. It gets boring. But every now and then, you know, we all have things in our lives that happen that change things, you know, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. And we can't predict what the future holds. We can't predict what our lives will be. And sometimes something happens that makes you realize you really just need to be grateful for what you have. You know, it's like you get an like a sort of a rude awakening, whether it's something that happens to you or something that happens to someone else. And yeah, so to go off of what you said, there is something that I do think that we probably should talk about before we go too much farther in the stream, because I've been keeping it to myself for a while, and I think I've been keeping it to myself for a little bit too long. And I don't want to lie to you guys. You know what I mean? I don't want to put on airs. I don't want to pretend to be something I'm not. I just thought you should know that I, CinderBlocksally, am going to be King of the Pirates! Yes, it is I, your lead man. I shall navigate you. We are gonna make it across the blue line, across the green line, across the grand line, all the lines. We're gonna punch Marines. We're gonna win things. We're gonna get little watches that tell us how to get to islands. We're gonna eat fruit that gives us superpowers. We're gonna talk to sea monsters. We're gonna look at people and they're gonna get scared just because we're so imposing. Together, forever! And if you join me, I will help you follow your dreams as we sail on the four seas, the East Blue, the South Blue, the North Blue, and the other blue, and make it across the mountains and stop the bad guys. It is us, together, with me as your pirate king. We shall have freedom. We shall have adventure, and we shall have family. So what do you say? Will you join my crew? Will you come with me into danger, into fear, into glory, into family? Pirates! That's all. That's all. Somebody mentioned that I was a pirate king and not the pirate king. And I need to, you got to set them straight. Where that happens,
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's what we're all here for.
You know what I love about those moments of stream? You're just in Discord, so you're not hearing any of the music. Yeah. So
I don't hear any of the music.
You're just hearing me scream like a crazy person.
Great. Absolutely great.
Yeah. Who made this piece? Yazikan. All right, let's see what Yazikan has for us. This is a wondrous item. FFC gear. The Faerun Fighting Championship gear was created with the vision of the Donna Gray and craftsman of Ralmus Frost. Okay, what is going on here? This gear consists of 3 parts: combat attire, a mouth guard, magical runes. It suppresses the use of both arcane and divine magic and redirects it through magical runes in order to increase the wearer's physical abilities. The goal of this is so that people can do fighting with magic, is what they said in the description. While attuned to the gear, your unarmed damage is higher. Put a period after that. The gear increases it to. You can just say. You're using too many words. While attuned to this gear, your unarmed strikes deal 1d4 damage. You have to say what type. In addition, your unarmed strikes count as finesse weapons, allowing you to use dexterity instead of your strength modifier for your unarmed attacks. In addition, you can use a spell slot to gain the following properties. As an action, you can use your spell slots to increase your dex modifier by 1, up to +6. You can increase your strength modifier. You can 3rd level spell slots for an extra attack. And then bonus action, you can use a spell slot to gain temporary hit points. As a reaction, when you hit a creature, you can increase the damage of that hit by 1d6 per spell slot. Here's what I'll say. If your goal is to make this a way for spellcasters to battle in an arena, I think that it accomplishes that goal, but I think that this makes them stronger than most martial classes, depending on how many spell slots they have. So I feel like it's too strong. And then the other thing that I would say is it's very one note. So, like, you can't do anything interesting. So the big thing about an arena fight, and also I feel like that upping your strength or dex score by 1 is not the way I would do that. I feel like I would make it very specifically tied to attacks and damage, and that's it. But the bigger question in here is where does the fun come from an arena fight? Because what the thing that you're building with this is not really a fight that is a fight of thinking about how to, what moves to do and where to punch and whatever. This is a resource management game you've just created, which is that assuming that I'm using spell slots against somebody who else is using spell slots, the game becomes how much do I spend on temporary hit points versus how much do I spend on extra damage, and versus how much do I spend on making my hits bigger. And is that fun, is my question. I don't know.
I think, is there enough context? Because, like, are you up against, like, a rune knight? And is that arcane magic?
Or, like, what happens if could a paladin use this to make themselves super smite?
I mean, no, because it suppresses divine magic. Right.
So does that mean a paladin using these couldn't use their smite?
I think so.
But I think that's not good design for an arena fight, because you're still taking away. You know what it's like? Did you ever read that? Did you ever read? What's the name of that guy? He's not Mark Twain. Is the other one? He looks like Mark Twain, but in the future, Kurt Vonnegut.
Kurt Vonnegut. He does kind of look like Mark Twain.
Kurt Vonnegut has an amazing short story that's a dystopian future short story, and I forget what it's called. It's called like Agel. It's the name of a character. It's called Hobedaster Vlagelbush. But the whole point of the short story is that the world is now fair, But the way the world is fair is not by uplifting those that have less, it's by diminishing those that have more. So if you are a very beautiful person, you have to wear a gross mask. If you're very strong, you have to wear all these weights. If you're very smart, you have to keep a little robot in your ear that makes you get dumber. This is kind of doing that same thing, where it feels like Harrison Burgeonon, thank you. But that's what this is doing, because it's simplifying things to get them to be very one note. And I don't know if that's the move here.
I mean, again, I think the question is, like, are you using this to create, is the expectation going to be that you are putting a sorcerer and a wizard in this armor and they're fighting? Because if that's the case, then I genuinely can't tell you whether or not that would be fun, because I've never played that game. You've designed a new tabletop role-playing game, right? Like, I'd have to play it out. If you're putting up a sorcerer in this armor against a rune knight, or against a Psy warrior, or against an assassin rogue, it's not fun at all, because the sorcerer is playing a very limited resource management game, and the martial class is its whole class. And it's got all its flavor, and it's got all the stuff that it can do, and it can, throw psychic daggers at you and whatever, because it's not arcane, it's telekinesis, right? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? I think if it is supposed to be fair, maybe it's fun, maybe it's not. It doesn't strike me as the most dynamic. But if it isn't supposed to be fair, you're not really helping casters, because you're forcing them to play a game they're bad at, instead of making them playable with what they are good at.
Is Harrison Burgeonon misogynistic a story, or is it a story that is about a place and time that has misogyny and that has misogynistic things happen in it? I don't remember.
I would imagine, knowing Vonnegut, it's probably the latter, but I am not positive.
Both for sure. Jacob says both. I agree. I agree. I don't agree. I accept. I don't remember. All right, but yep, I don't really have much more to say. I think it's an interesting idea for a mini game, and I think that the thing is, you should think about it like a mini game, and think about, like, is the core loop fun, and what you could do to make the loop more interesting if it doesn't feel like it's doing enough. Thank you, Yazakan. I also would not let players touch these things outside of that mini game, just in general. All right, thank you very much, Yazakan. FCC gear.
I like the name quite a bit.
You're welcome for the feedback. People are talking about the Bechdel test. It's getting hectic in the chat.
Fair enough.
I don't pass the Bechdel test.
Well, no.
That's a pretty good joke.
Yeah, pretty good. The Bechdel test is also often a little silly. It's kind of the absolute bare minimum for most media. There are a lot of movies that pass the Bechdel test that are not, like, good at portraying women.
This is true. Name them.
All of them right now.
What's up, Steph? Just a little warlock subclass focused on mostly bonus action utility and proactive non-healing support. Just a little warlock. If it has a lot of words, it's not little. I would call this a medium warlock, to say the least. This is 2 full pages.
Did they add paper texture to their Google Doc?
They did.
That's so intense.
Listen, if it's not intense, it's in houses or it's out on the street, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be one of those.
Excuse me.
Those are the only 3 possible states of being.
There's a TikTok channel that is a YouTube channel called like it's called like Outdoor.
There's a
It's called like
TikTok channel
Boys.
that is a YouTube channel.
Well, it's a YouTube channel, but there's like it's on TikTok. It's called like Boys Outdoor Adventure or something, and it's like a guy and his family, but usually just like often just the guy, and he like goes like to do like survival camping in like Alaska. And I went down the YouTube rabbit hole of them, and then I was like, these are pretty good, it's kind of fun. And then I went to his YouTube channel and I started to watch one of his YouTube videos. And I fell asleep to it, but I noticed every single one of their YouTube videos has comments disabled. And I'm wondering if it's because it's a family channel, like because like their kids are on it sometimes, maybe. Or if there was some controversy that happened that led to them deciding to make all of their videos no comments.
I mean, I would just I don't know how many views these videos are getting on the regular, but if I was getting north of 100,000 views, I would absolutely disable comments just by default.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear that shit. Stop talking to me.
Fair. This is the Discordant Harmony Warlock, a distant song, an unearthly keening, a rolling, dancing tone that echoes in the caverns below the ancient rock and desolate earth under the starless sky. If you want to do random phrases to set imagery, you can't make a sentence this long.
Yep. I would also say that these aren't really saying anything, right? Like a distant song. What does that mean? What does that evoke in you, Cinder? Gun to your head.
A frat party and
like
hearing a frat party in the distance.
Yeah, and
You've
unearthly
seen this one?
keening?
I don't think so. Have we seen this one? I don't think so.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I can't vote on this.
I'll hang up on them if it turns out we did. I don't think we did.
Might just be.
The Discordant Harmony is a rhythm that began with creation and has never stopped. A living melody with no singer. I am so sorry, but you need to dramatically tone down the poetry of your language, because being overly poetic ruins flavor text. It ruins it.
Yep.
It is, and that is what's happening here. This sounds like, I know this is not your intention, writer. I know this is not your intention, but it sounds like you're saying this. It sounds like you are saying this like you're proud of yourself. Like, I imagine someone saying this thing, yes! Like, I imagine, like, sort of, yes, the Discordant Harmonies has never stopped a living melody with no singer. You know, it's like a little bit, it's like, okay, stop taking yourself so seriously. Or if you're going to take yourself so seriously, don't use so many words. Your patron's goals are as inscrutable as its nature, but an agent of this living music will be drawn to reshape the world so as to better ring with their patron's unending song. That sentence is way too long. Entities of this type will vary from setting to setting. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's genuinely the problem. So this is the part where people will stop reading the flavor text because you're sort of giving suggestions of what they should be, and everyone stops then. I genuinely don't know what this is supposed to feel like or what this is at all. And we've already gotten to the last part of the flavor text. All I know is that music is involved. That's it.
Kind of, but it's music in the like abstract, like the radiant reverberations of the Big Bang is music, right? It's like cosmic music, kind of.
Yeah. It's a little.
That's the best I got.
It's a little much in its current state, I would say, is the way that I would put. I would say just a little. It's like you know what it's like. It's like a spoonful of icing and there's no cake.
I would genuinely challenge you to like articulate what this is supposed to be in concrete terms in a sentence. That doesn't need to be your flavor text. You don't need to leave it at that. But if you don't have that sitting around somewhere, your flavor text is going to be circling wide around the point over and over and over again.
Yeah. That makes sense. All right. Expanded spells. We got Absorb Elements, Thunderwave, Silence, Levitate, Blink, Wind Wall, Storm Sphere, Confusion, Pass Wall, Telekinesis. So, like, this is a perfect example. There's no flavor to these spells.
What's going on here.
Like, there's a little bit of sound stuff with Silence and Thunderwave.
Yep.
And everything else is nothing. Like it's just it feels like random spells. So this is the issue with the flavor text. So we're gonna see if we can figure out what this thing is supposed to feel like. But right now, your main thing is we're not getting any idea of what this is supposed to feel like. Void Song. At first level, you have learned to pull the unearthly strands of your patron's somatic energy into something resembling a melody. Your sentences are too long. As a bonus action, don't say may, say can. You can release this melody to cause one of the following effects. You can do a guardian song or a halting tune. Up to one target creature you can see within 30 feet of you is wrapped in a shell of protective sonic energy, gaining temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier. These temporary hit points last for 1 minute, and the first attack roll made against the creature while it has them is made with disadvantage. Cool, I like that. A halting tune. A creature within 30 feet of you is assaulted by discordant blasts of sound and must succeed on a con saving throw against your Warlock spell save DC, or take 2d4 psychic damage. If this effect damages the creature that's concentrating on a spell, the creature automatically fails. It's... Woof! I don't know how I feel about automatically making people drop concentration.
Yeah, that's not good.
I would maybe have them make the con...
Advantage, maybe.
Maybe they make the con save at disadvantage.
Yeah.
And you can use this proficiency bonus number of times. This is pretty strong. I probably would make it proficiency bonus times per long rest, not per short rest.
Yes.
Honestly, because circumstance... yeah, I would. I would make it
short.
It's
a one level dip. It's a 1 level dip. If this is your 1 level dip, this needs to be long rest because these are both pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, that makes sense. I accept. Okay. In terms of what they actually do, I think they're pretty solid.
I would argue that mechanically they're fine. They're pretty cool. I am not much closer to understanding what your patron is supposed to be. This is almost becoming kind of a psionic warlock in my mind, but like that doesn't tell me what your patron is, right? Other than like ambient psychic energy, I guess. Like in no universe do I clearly see why a barrier of protective energy is a sound thing. Other than you have said it's sonic energy, which is like, I could say it's, cotton candy energy. Does that make it really fit? Unconvinced, right? Mechanically cool, but I'm still stuck on the flavor thing, I think.
Yeah, that's legit. It sounds more like a sorcerer than a warlock. I don't know how. I feel like I feel like a lot of things could be a sorcerer or a warlock. I think that it just sort of depends on how you vibe it,
Yeah.
I think a lot of warlock stuff could easily be a sorcerer. You could just decide, you could very easily play a warlock as a person changed by magic as opposed to somebody who made a deal. Yeah. Let's see what we get for phase
I would say
form.
I'd have similar concerns for this is a sorcerer.
Really? All right.
Yeah, I don't think I would. It would make more sense to me as a sorcerer. I feel like it would be still similarly abstract. Yeah.
I agree. I thought you were like, no, this should be a sorcerer, and I was like, what are you seeing with those eagle eyes?
No. It could be a sorcerer, but I don't think that helps.
So somebody says it's see it as the melody of the string theory. Here's what I would say. What does that mean for gameplay context? What is the melody of string theory supposed to feel like? Does it feel like you are warping reality? Does it feel like you are changing probability? Like, I know that you're not the one that made it, but that's the question to be asking. Because I could say something is supposed to be like, justice. That doesn't actually mean anything. Because justice can mean a million things, and justice implies nothing about gameplay. If you want to say, there's things that you can say that do imply things about gameplay because they're just less, out there. Like, I could say if I want this to be like a turtle, y'all know what a turtle is. It's like, okay, it's probably gonna have a shell. It's like there's. But what does string theory have? Strings. All right, let's look at phase form. Yeah, theoretical. Theoretically, it does. At 6th level, you become a living conduit to the chaotic energies of your patron. You gain resistance to thunder damage.
What? Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know, because I guess because of sound. Additionally, as a bonus
Alright,
action, you can attune
okay.
yourself partially to the somatic energies from which your patron hails. While doing so, you gain resistance to non-magical other types of damage, and you gain a fly speed. You need to you need bullet points, my guy. Bullet points. Bullet points. A bullet point to say this. 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 Also, I'm gonna point out, getting these features is not balanced out by taking 1d6 damage at the end of your turn. The other way that you could get this, I think, is either the 14th or the 18th level feature for like the storm for the shadow sorcerer. So I probably wouldn't put all this on this guy. Probably.
Yeah.
While you're in your phase form, blah, 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 you are only slightly translucent. Yeah, you are really shooting yourself in the foot with formatting here. Like, is this another thing? Like, because I'm not like hunting for features. You can attack, otherwise do things. What are you trying to say here? The effect ends if you use an action to end it. When you ended it on this, and when you end your turn inside a solid object, you fall on. Wait, what? The effect ends if you use an action to end it. When you end your turn inside a solid object or a creature. Oh yeah, you really can go through solid creature objects. Yeah, no, this is too much, my guy. If you return to your physical form while in the solid state, you are moved outside of it and the shortest route. And there's literally other things in D&D that do this, like ghosts and stuff. Copy their language, or spells like etherealness, things like that. Copy that language. And you can do this short or a long rest. Yeah, this is way too strong a feature. This is literally I'm pretty sure this... Ooh, Dead by Daylight. I'm pretty sure this is a Shadow Sorcerer 18th level feature that you're giving this person access to at 6th level. Pretty sure. Let's just double check. Right. Yeah, this is Umbral form. And you're making it too early, too strong.
Yep. I am also stuck on, and I'm beating a dead horse at this point, right? So tell me to shut up if I'm just doing it. But like, is it sonic energy? Is it chaotic energy? Is it somatic energy? These all mean really different things.
Yeah, there's very little flavor focus.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do we get at 14th level? Also, I wouldn't just have everything based off. If your first level feature is a bonus action, your 6th level shouldn't also be a bonus action. At 10th level, you can when you do Void Song, they get better, or you get better. You get more options.
More options, yeah.
You get Blind Sight.
60 feet of Blind Sight. Good lord.
I mean, it's level 10. It depends on how long you get it for. How long do you get it for? 1 turn.
Doesn't say.
1 turn is okay.
Is it 1 turn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Great. For a minute, you become attuned to the movement of sounds within 30 feet of you. Blah, 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 blah. Whenever a creature you can see makes charisma, performance, or intimidation check within that region, you can have them make it with your choice of advantage or disadvantage. I don't think this should last for a minute. This should definitely also just be a reaction. And also, we just don't have flavor. Like, what is this supposed to feel like? You gain resistance to force damage at 14th level, and then after you deal damage to a creature within 120 feet of you, you can use your reaction to damage, to cause that damage to echo. You inflict the same damage as thunder damage either to the creature or to another creature. After you use it, you can't finish a short or long. So a couple basic things. You're making too much stuff off a short or long rest. At least some of this stuff needs to be once a day. 14th level feature should almost certainly be once a day. And yeah, this feels too amorphous. That's like the main feedback. Is it just feels too amorphous.
I think now that we're at the end of it, that amorphous feeling is something that transcends the flavor text, which is very weighty and often a little self-contradictory, and it extends into the mechanics, right? Like, we've got blind sight, we've got move through solid objects, we've got echoes of thunder damage, we've got advantage on charisma checks. There's not really a through line that you're creating and then building off of and supplementing. There's not a core loop of game mechanic to this subclass.
That might be it, because I think you can get away with there not being a core loop to game mechanic if the flavor is really strong. But when the flavor needs, like, when the flavor is this amorphous, it really needs to be uplifted by the mechanics. So
one of the two certainly has to be concrete enough to get your head around what you're trying to communicate, but ideally both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, interesting idea. My biggest feedback is to focus it in. All right, thank you. Oh, and get rid of that 6th level feature. Obtrusity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Obtrusity. That's a name. That feels like that's a tasty name.
It's tasty?
I don't know. It feels right. Feels right.
What's it taste like?
It feels almost onomatopoetic in a way.
Sabertooth. Oh, that's fun. I like that name. Sabertooth with a speech impediment.
Nice.
I've been submitting the same piece for a couple months. All right, man. dude. Okay. If it's a whole class, that's gonna be so funny. If I can't access it, it's gonna be so funny. I'm just gonna say both of those things right now. I've just gotten into D&D this year, and before I even came close to being in a game, I already had 3 characters made and over a dozen homebrews. All right. 2 of those characters are now active. Very cool. Anyway, this is so judgmental of you, Pat. Anyway, this is the very first idea I came up with when I started homebrewing. I don't know if it's good, but I hope it's at least interesting. All right, let's take a look.
Hell yeah. Let's get into it.
There is something weird. This is not this person. This person is not doing this. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Not only have I reviewed this piece, this person has submitted this same goddamn piece at least 4 or 5 times, and it was way broken, and I bet they didn't make a change. Let's just check. Oh, wait, do you still have a 60-foot movement speed? Great. Perfect. Oh, can you still dodge or dash as a bonus action? Yep. Oh, great. Do you still get expertise in 2 different things? Yep. Oh, do you still have this super fucking jank mechanic where you lose 2 hit points for every movement action that uses your flight ability? Blah, 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 blah. Listen, my guy, I'm done being nice about this. No more Mr. Nice. This doesn't fucking work. Get rid of it. Change it. Don't send me this shit again. If I see this piece from you again, I'm banning you.
Truly, this person had to have missed the original review, right? Because, like...
Done. No applause. Chad, if you want to look at it, you can, because it's bad, and you are more than welcome to look at it. And I don't mean to say that it's bad in terms of what it could be, but this same fucking thing that you've sent me 6 times, it still needs as much work as it needed before, which means that at this point, it has now rusted over and is slowly turning into ash.
Yeah.
How's it going, chat?
Howdy, chat.
I don't think they knew I reviewed it already either.
Yeah.
Or they're a psychopath. Exactly, Steph. Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Right.
I think I actually looked at Undine's piece already. Let me check. Maybe I didn't. Minion stat block for a campaign they're planning. Or your campaign you're planning. Oh. Major enemy types are rat folk, so I took a direct inspiration from one of your favorite games. I did not look at this yet. I looked at something of theirs on Thursday. On the member stream. If you are a member, you can submit stuff to the member stream on Thursdays. Ooh, exciting. Okay, Rocky Ograt, fun name. This is like some Warhammer 40k spelling. That's what's going on right here. That's my guess.
Sure.
The Ratkin from Vermintide are from the Warhammer universe. Do you know about this? You know about Warhammer at all, Pat? Have I talked to you about it before?
I know it exists. I know the orcs are technically fungus.
The orcs are amazing. They're the best part. But there's Warhammer 40K, which is like a sci-fi future crazy. And then there's Warhammer, which is like fantasy magic world. And in fantasy magic world, there's like a lot of rat people and stuff.
Got it.
Okay, so let's see. It's a CR6 monster. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage it takes is reduced by 3. I like that. The AC is real low. Even though it's a CR, even though it's a CR, even though it has a bunch of hit points and it has this, I would probably up its AC.
Too low.
I think you could just give it like hide that it's wearing. Like even just to 12. But 10 is
12
10 feels
is probably
too
right.
low.
Yeah. 10 everything's going to be hitting at CR6. Like every attack is going to hit. You're going to chew through 102 HP in 2 rounds. At a party of 4 level 4s.
Hey Pat, question for you.
Yeah.
What makes a good TTRPG?
Good question. What a good question.
You think about it for a second. I'm going to look at these attacks. All right. Okay. Good. 2 claws and a bash or crush. So the claws do pretty solid damage. The bash does pretty solid damage and can knock a creature back and prone. And the crush does pretty solid damage and can grapple. If a target is grappled in this way, the ogre automatically crushes it. Okay. So I think that... Okay, cool. I would say this. Okay, then you got it right. Okay, let's look at Ragdoll. As a reaction to a creature within 15 feet of it moving. Oh, interesting. It can throw a creature it has grappled at the triggering creature. Okay, cool. The target has to make a dex save or take some damage and fall prone. Regardless of the target's roll, the thrown creature takes the damage and falls prone in an unoccupied space adjacent to the target. All right. Dude, I really like this.
It's really good.
I think this is great.
This is solid. I bumped the AC, but you can just do that through armor. Everything else checks out for me. This is really good.
It doesn't have saves. What do you mean? What saves does it need? The only things that it does are grapple. It's all grapple attack. Like here's why Ragdoll is fine. In order for Ragdoll to work, they have to hit a creature with the attack. That replaces the save. That's like the main thing. And I feel like you mean no. It doesn't have any saving throw proficiencies. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I'd probably give it some saving throw proficiencies. I'd probably give it like at least 1 mental one and probably dex to represent the rattiness. We mentioned that. We went to AC. The AC should probably be at least 12 or 13. But I like this monster a lot. I love the Ragdoll feature.
Ragdoll's really fun.
The damage is... I feel like the damage is...
okay.
I feel like it might be a little high, if anything.
Think so?
2d8 plus 5... It's 2d8 plus 5 twice. It's 2 claw attacks, and like I feel like if you were to make it 1 claw attack in one of these, it would be a little bit more reasonable. Or if you made it 2 claw attacks, and these, but you lowered the size of the dice to like lowered this to a d6 to match. Maybe made both of these d4s.
I would also maybe think about the mechanism of grappling. I don't really understand the crush mechanic in terms of the fiction. Like, why is the crush grappling? Is it using a hand?
I think that's what they're intending, yeah.
If it is, then it should lose one of its claw attacks while it's crushing. So it has, it has up to the claw attacks for, -1 for however many.
Yeah, when it has a creature. Yeah, the monster that does this well in terms of how to write this is the Chuul, Chuul, has this mechanic. Yes.
Yeah, that seems right. I think work that in, and then I think it's fine.
Yeah, so get the language from the Chuul for how the crush is limited. I also feel like it's a little weird that the crush does more damage than the bash. I feel like you should switch those.
That feels right, because the crush is necessary setup for the Ragdoll, so the bash is basically never going to get used.
And it's also like, just think of the flavor of it, right? Like, what's doing more damage, squeezing someone or hitting them? Hitting them.
Yeah, hitting them. Yeah, 100%. So flip the damage on that. I think you're flip the damage, limit the number of things you can hit when you have something grappled, and I think you're in a good place.
Yeah, pop it, lock it, reverse it, do a wiggle, do a dance.
Exactly.
Everybody,
Done.
shake your pants. No, it's pretty
Glide
solid little monster though. I like it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ragdoll's a really fun mechanic. I like that a lot. Big fan.
Okay.
You're back. What's the new homebrew? You're looking for something for your first campaign. What kind of campaign you running, my guy? What makes a
Also, I'm a moron.
Okay, yeah.
What makes a good TTRPG?
Yeah, wait.
So
First, let's give Undine their due.
Yeah.
Round of applause,
yeah.
please,
Well
for the
done.
rat folk, for the vermin tide, the tide of
Good.
tooth and flesh.
Yep.
Yeah. What makes a good TTRPG?
I love this question because I think that, there are little things that you can and should do when you're making a TTRPG, like playtest, that I think are very fucking important.
Mm-hmm.
A good TTRPG is one that is fun. A good TTRPG is one that tells stories that you're excited about. A good TTRPG is one that people enjoy playing, and that is decidedly nebulous. I think everything that is a little bit more concrete than that, and that you can go into the design thinking about as opposed to just testing for, is all the same stuff that we're constantly saying makes good homebrew, right? It's something that has a clear goal. It's something that is not easily satisfied by 1,000 other more popular options. It's something that knows what it wants to do distinctly and then executes on that remarkably well, right?
Yes.
And I would say it's one that's like relatively easy to understand, relatively well formatted, because at the end of the day, a TTRPG is a set of communicated rules, and so you want to make sure that they're getting communicated effectively. And that's it. Honestly, I've played amazing TTRPGs that are entirely based around, 2d6 and the rules that can fit on a single piece of paper. I've played TTRPGs that are, D&D, right? That require multiple books to be owned and played, and multiple different dice sizes and sub rule systems, and it can support whole creator economies around the complexities and intricacies that emerge from it. I think that at the end of the day, it's just about knowing what you want and then delivering on that in a way that you're very clear about.
Yeah, I agree. Having a goal for the gameplay mechanics, that really speaks true to me, because I think that's like, without that foundation, you're sort of just wandering until you figure it out, and then you might need to go back and change everything once you do figure it out,
Yeah, absolutely.
I would also say it's fun.
Yeah.
That's probably the most important part.
At the end, that is the most important part, right? Is it fun to play? I'm a moron. I'd love to hear the idea that you've had kicking around, either here in the Discord. I think it could very well be very cool.
You're at a hot springs, hot forest pots.
Nice.
Get some tea. Get some cold. What's the opposite of a spring? Get some cold, deflated. Kuatoa monster imagines a psionic aquatic godling without any understanding of why and how. So this is like a Kuatoa mini god, I guess. We'll see.
Okay, cool.
Saltwater Scion. It's a fun name.
Yeah, it is. So we're dealing with psionics. Okay.
Drain is the opposite of spring, says Derek.
There you go. I get it. I can see it.
I think it sits next to the opposite. I don't know if it is the opposite. I don't know if spring has an opposite. Imagine a Kuatoa whose psionics came too far. Came too far is weird language. I would change that. I would probably say that have gone too far. Bringing ocean life with them wherever they go. They harbor. I would probably get rid of this part here. They harbor cryptic, esoteric magnificence, while completely unaware of exactly how they came to possess such power. A scion is usually willing to abuse it to the best of their ability. All right, let's see. They have CR7, 17 armor, 120 hit points, swimmy, walkie, a couple saving throws, some fire resistance while sea
Two
life
mental
delusion's
saving
active.
throws, which is interesting.
They're psychic. They're little scions.
Yeah.
They have sea life delusion. Each beast or monstrosity within 120 feet of the scion with a swim speed, including the scion, gains a fly speed equal to its swim speed and can breathe air while in the area. That is such a funny idea.
Wait, why does this give you resistance to fire, though? Because you think you're swimming? That's incredible!
I have some thoughts immediately.
So good.
Okay, here's what I think. Here's what I genuinely think. I genuinely think this thing should be higher CR. Immediately, I think it should be higher than CR7. I say aim for 10 or 11. And I think you make this 100-foot radius. I think you make it a mile.
Oh, that's crazy.
So you make it like, you know, this thing is coming, like you don't see, like the first encounter with this monster isn't an encounter with this monster. It's an encounter with flying sharks, you know?
That's really
like it should be like a storm.
That's really good. It's basically it's regional effect. It's regional action. What is that? Is it regional effect? What am I thinking of?
Yeah, I agree with Matt. It should also just have a fly speed here, because if this is always on, that unless there's a way to turn this off, but I don't see it anywhere in here, so I'm gonna assume there's not. But you know, it should be a mile, because keep in mind, a mile doesn't, none of this, it doesn't mean that all of these monsters are evil or dangerous, right? A lot of them are just gonna be like starfish and shit.
And also, a fly speed legitimately is not like, it's not going to break the bank, right? Like a 30-foot fly speed is not.
Oh, but he's saying it's not always on. Okay, we'll keep reading. I would argue that you might want to, if there's ways to turn it off or things, you might want to signify that in this a little bit.
Yeah, earlier.
Ignorant disregard. The scion is immune to all damage except psychic and automatically succeeds on saving throws that do not deal psychic damage when it is unaware of incoming harm. I disagree with this feature. I think
that may interact with things later.
We'll see if it does. It on its own is too much. It has advantage on ability checks and saving throws made to avoid or escape grapple. Fine. While it wears light or no armor, its AC includes its wisdom modifier. Fine. Otherworldly perception. The scion can sense the presence of any creature within 30 feet of it that is invisible or on the ethereal plane and can pinpoint its relative location. All right, cool. Psychic susceptibility. When the scion takes 15 or more psychic damage in a single instance, it has to make a DC 20 wisdom save. On a failed save, the psion's psionic barrier and the sea life delusion cease to function until the end of its next turn. This is way too high a cap to turn this off. 15 psychic damage on a single instance. That means that if I'm, that's like, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't have to roll the highest damage possible on Dissonant Whispers to make this happen. I feel like I should, once you know how this works, you should be able to make it happen somewhat reasonably.
I don't think it should be, I honestly think it should just be 15 damage. Once this thing takes 15 damage, generally, it has to start making these saves. Right?
Yeah. That's true. Okay, I forgot that there's even a save involved. It's not automatic. Yeah, there definitely has to be more than different types of damage than psychic. Yeah.
Because it's also immune to everything but psychic unless it sees it coming, as it's currently written. Right? So like, that's already a thing that's gonna be tougher to do.
This is not a CR20. This could, I think that this should be higher CR though, and I think you should also just beef some of the other things up to get it there. Squid, what do you want me to say about you, my guy? You want me to just say your name? Squid.
Yeah.
Got you.
Got it.
I leave you all choice. Oh my goodness!
Oh!
Squid with the 20 gifted. He's out of control. He's lost his mind. Somebody stop him. Welcome, new members. Welcome. All of you, please give Squid a big thank you.
Legitimately, if 2 more groups of people do that, almost everyone watching right now will be a member.
That's insane. You're nuts. He's nuts. Congratulations,
He's out of
members.
control.
Hey,
Yeah, out of control squid.
here's a fun fact for all you new members. I will be releasing a preview for a video that I'm working on that is only going to be available to members and patrons.
Nice.
Pat, I haven't sent you the clip yet, but I'm going to. It's about 1 minute long, but I'm working on a new video with a very different format that I think is going to be fun. It's going to be like the videos that I was doing with the paintings that are moving around. And I just about finished the first scene, and it's pretty solid, and it's like a proof of concept. Tradosio gifting 5. Holy moly.
25 out of 80, 25
Oh my
out of 80.
goodness. You guys are out of control. You guys are out of control. But yeah, I haven't done this before, but I realized that I have enough members now that aside from the member wheel, I can just I could do that. I could post like previews videos.
Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
So people can see a little preview.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll be good. Okay. So yeah, if you're a member, congratulations. You get sneak peeks. Okay. Yeah, so this damage should be any type of damage. But yeah, I like that. Trident of Fish command. It wields a Trident of Fish command. All right, that's fine. That's I have mixed feelings about monsters wielding magic items. On one hand, I really like it because as a dungeon master, I immediately know, oh, this is the item they carry to give. But on the other hand, I don't love having to keep track of what the magic item does when the monster's wielding it.
Yeah, I would definitely like include some detail there if you can, if it's not going to like totally blow up your layout.
Gandalf wants to clarify they were saying between 10 and 20, not 20. I mean, 20 is part of between 10 and 20.
Yeah, it's 10.
It's in there. What I was saying is that was too wide a margin you were creating. I apologize.
Yeah, right.
That is too wide a margin. Let's tighten up that margin.
Tighten up that margin, boys.
Have you ever had... What do you feel about margarine?
It's disgusting, if I'm honest.
There was a study done once where there was about pests and what sort of foods sort of brought pests in the most. So they took all these different types of foods and like put them in a big room with like cameras and stuff and let like pest insects in to like eat them, and they would see like which ones they flirt, which ones they flocked towards, which ones they ate the fastest, and they ate everything in the room. The margarine was not touched. Animals do not always recognize it as food because it's made of plastic.
It's not food. It's plastic. It's not food. There are a couple of ways that you can make vegan butter substitutes. Not a lot of them, but my recommendation for getting around butter is just cook food without butter.
I like Jacob's view of that. Margarine is pest-proof, superior food.
Superior food.
That's very funny.
Yeah. Okay.
My God. Thank you, Trudeau. That was very kind of you.
Okay,
so in terms of these weapons, they're pretty. The bite and the trident are pretty basic. Here's what I'll say. Okay, main feedback, honestly, Butt Poncho. This is so beautifully flavorful, and I love Sea Life Delusion is amazing. I don't know how I feel about the. I don't know how I feel about the infinite immune to damage thing, and I don't know how I feel about this back and forth. I think it's interesting. But the thing that I think you need to do, and this is a challenge, my guy, like I definitely don't, this is not an easy thing to do, but it is what I think you should do, is you should figure out how to make more, you should try to aim for making your actions as evocative as your passives. And they don't all need to be, right? You can do Bite and Trident for sure. But I would say, what if we pull out spellcasting entirely and come up with a very specific feature that this thing gets that ties into Sea Delusions somehow, you know, or something like that. Like, but a very specific, unique, weird action. That's what I would say. I like this. I like this quite a bit, though.
But Poncho, you are in such a cool space right now, in terms of like your design thinking from the passives, that I feel like the jump over to the actions is. I don't know if you've seen MCDM's action-oriented design video, but it feels like exactly the thing that you should go watch if you haven't yet, because it's going to be the monkey touch monolith moment for you, where you're like, oh shit, like that's how you do that. Like it's a great video, and it really talks about how to bridge that gap between thinking about really evocative, like ethereal stuff and like making your character fill a really evocative role, make your monster fill a really evocative role in combat.
Mm-hmm. Your monster had that? It had a Sharknado? Or had something?
Better have had a Sharknado.
How do you download this as an image? Why don't you just send them the link? You have to download it. You can. I think Homebrew allows you to download stuff as a PDF. Somebody said Win Shift S. So
I think that'll make a screenshot.
There you go. One of those buttons.
My last bit of feedback on this is that ignorant disregard is really, really, really cool, but it definitely feels like the kind of situation that's going to kind of create fights at the table. Just because, like, what is unaware? Like, can it like close its eyes and plug its ears and go la 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 really loud and like become immune to everything? Right? Like, what's the technical definition there? You know? I think that could use some tightening.
Yeah, I see that. Textcom says Alt F4. Yeah, that dude, that trick used to work so well. Sometimes I would be playing Warcraft 3 online, and I could trick people into doing that. It's so funny. StarCraft too, man. Back in the day, people didn't know anything. All right, let's give Butt Poncho a round of applause.
Poncho.
Squid asks, I'm probably gonna go for like at least another hour, maybe 2 or 3. It'll sort of depend. I'm gonna be honest, my energy levels are medium, so I think I got at least another hour in me, but I might go 2. I'll probably go till midnight. I'm trying to keep my streams ending at midnight to keep my life somewhat not insane.
Yeah, right.
But sometimes I get sometimes you guys inspire me, and I gotta keep going.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I got one more in you.
You do? I was gonna say I really need to pee, so I was about to pee. It is 10 o'clock for me. All right, so I'll leave the wheel up, and I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. Pat, you're more than welcome to talk with chat, but you don't have to. You can just sit there quietly.
No, I can talk with chat.
All right,
I like chat.
Fine, I'll be right back.
Chat's a good entity. Chat's a good amorphous vibe. How you doing, chat? How you doing? Listen, everybody, we had a lot of love for pirates here earlier. And I need to make sure that you know, because Cinder might forget. Cinder might forget to say something about it. But I need to make sure that you know that Cinder is going to be starring in a pirate bonus arc of Unbalanced Encounters. And he plays a little warlock guy with a little smoke demon patron. It's fucking great. Fucking great. So when that comes out, it's not coming out for a little while. It's not coming out until like I think we're gonna have the first bits coming out like end of October, beginning of November. So it's not coming out for a little while. But when it does, you gotta remember, because it's fucking great. Yep, he's gonna be the One Piece. He's absolutely gonna be the One Piece. No spoilers. No spoilers. But he's gonna be the One Piece, definitely. Yeah, Derek, it's the Odyssey. Yep. Yep. We're gonna have a trailer coming out in a couple of weeks. And it's honestly, I mean, I say this. I don't say this too often. It is probably my favorite game that I've ever run. It was so much fun. It was absolute chaos. It was so much fun. Yeah, so that's my pitch. That's my pitch. A little bit of a sales pitch for y'all tonight. But with just the pirate speech, it was stirring. It was moving. It was referential. So,
hey man, did I miss anything fun?
No, I was just saying that that in the wake of your stirring pirate speech, that everybody should be on the lookout for the Odyssey, because you get to become the One Piece. You get to become the One Piece in that, and that's it's a really powerful moment. And they're all going to be very excited to get to it.
I am going to be the Pirate King. So yeah, it makes sense.
No spoilers, but spoilers.
Yeah, that's okay. We could do little spoilers, like little spoilers.
Yeah,
Pirate King. Little Pirate King spoilers never hurt anybody.
Jacob's really into the margarine right now. Not gonna lie, just grabbed an entire loaf of bread and a fresh pint of margarine.
Oh, nice.
That's quite an evening there, Jacob.
Lucy, is this in the sky with diamonds? I wonder.
Might be.
Lucy with diamonds in the sky. The thing he made, don't read the flavor text. Mainly just put in there much for the people who want to do. I took a lot of inspiration from the history of Dragonborns.
Oh, okay.
Lucy with dragons in the sky.
Well, that's where dragons usually are, so.
Lucy in the sky, within the sky. A cloud, a moon, a sea, a baboon. Did I look at this already? I did not.
Before you answer that question, Squid asks, does anyone know if Cinder reviews monster families, like the Slavi, or should I just send him one? I genuinely don't know the answer to that question, but I would imagine probably one.
It depends on how long they are. That's the real answer. So like,
if they're all pretty short, part of a single page or two, it's probably fine, but otherwise,
yeah, I would say don't ever send me something assuming I'm gonna read more than a little bit. If you want
of literally anything, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I changed the rules. I don't know if you saw, Pat. I have allowed because there's been too many pieces that I was basically done the review after reading the first piece. And I was like, I don't want to keep reading this.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have to.
100%. You don't.
And I don't want
to. You
to.
don't.
Yeah.
100%.
You know?
Yeah.
Life's so hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You want to talk about it?
I want to talk about everything in the whole world.
Including Earthlings? Ulfrings? Ulfurling?
Yeah, wait, I just need to make sure Squid is in the table of credits, because they just gifted me 20 subs, which is insane.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I thought I put you in, but I don't see you, Squid, and I must... Oh, there you are. Okay, good, you're in there. Whoop. Okay, sorry! You gotta respect the end show credits, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
All right, so this is a wolfy guy. This is a wolfy. Do you know what this is called? Do you know what this word is? This word is, hey guys, do you want Cinder to reveal that he still struggles with a speech impediment? Get him to try to say this word. That's what this word is.
It's a frustrating word.
Okay. You gain proficiency in survival. This should be its own thing. I don't know why it's part of ability score increase. This is not ability score increase. This is a separate thing. So you should make it a separate thing. They live 100. They're motivated. They're medium. You need to you say they're medium height. You just need to say medium somewhere. They are medium. They have a 35-foot walk speed, so they're a little quicker than your average pony. Wolfkin heritage, dude.
Yep.
I don't want to. Never mind. Okay, this is just the phrase is reminding me of something my sister was telling me about, which I got very judgmental of.
Yeah, I can.
Have you heard of otherkin?
Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
I was getting judgmental of it. Wolfkin heritage. The connection to their Wolfkin heritage endows the Ulf with keen senses, allowing them to perceive the world. So first of all, you spelled perception wrong. You wrote preception. It's perception. But like this writing style is a little bit tedious. Like this shouldn't. If first of all, this sentence needs capitalization, and like this, you don't need to get all the way. You don't need this much. Look how much flavor you already have. Okay, you have a page and a half of flavor. We don't need flavor text here. We just need the features. Just tell us what we get.
Also, proficiency is misspelled.
I let them know. So you get proficient, and here it's so we get you're right. I just said perception. Proficiency is spelled wrong too. Yeah, put your stuff in Google first. Write your stuff in Google. Write it in Google Docs. It'll save you.
Yeah, again, we do the same thing with frost resistance. We have a whole 2 lines of flavor text and then 5 words of feature.
I like that what Kalkaan said. Cinder reads until almost bored. I would say Cinder reads until almost bored or almost angry or has enough feedback to give that it's not helpful to keep going. One of those 3, usually. Okay, so let's actually talk about what this thing does get because it's confusing because of the way it's written. So it gets proficiency in survival. It gets proficiency in perception, 35-foot walk speed, cold resistance, and then something called feral throw. As a bonus action, you can channel the primal energy of your wolf heritage into your weapon, transforming it into a deadly throwing instrument. Your weapon gains the thrown property with a range of 20-60 feet, deals an additional 1d6 pierce damage. I think you mean piercing damage.
Piercing, yeah, probably.
The weapon's thrown range becomes 2d6 and deals an additional 1d6 piercing damage. I think that you need to reread your stuff, my guy. This is the main feedback for you. If I were you, I would put your work away for like a week or 2, and then read it again to yourself, and you're going to catch a lot of these mistakes. You're going to catch this double writing. You're going to catch this weird half sentence. You'll catch all of it. If you spend too much time focusing on your work, head nose into it, your brain is so good at making connections that it's going to start to skip over the stuff that is not right. Now, let's speak to the larger thing here. Does this feel like a wolfy guy?
Not really.
It feels like a guy who can magically make any item light enough to throw.
That's the only thing that we're getting here that is really, reasonably thematic, right? Keen Senses is okay, but we're not getting anything that's super thematic until feral throw, and then it's like wolves are not known for throwing things. That's not a thing wolves are known for doing.
Maybe it's tied to the lore of this people's, but regardless, it is a little off feeling. I would lean into, like, if I was going to make a wolf person, the main thing that I would do, other than like, oh, they smell stuff so good, is I would probably give them a way to communicate long distance with howling.
That's very cool. I would also maybe consider giving them basic pack tactics. Under certain circumstances, maybe there has to be 2 other members of your party nearby, that kind of thing.
You could do something like that. A bite attack would make sense. A pounce, like wolves also. Yeah. Wolves have in D&D. Like, this is one of the things where you can like look to the mechanics. Wolves in D&D have a special thing where if they bite someone, they can try to drag them prone. So you could maybe get a special bite attack that could potentially drag someone prone.
Or you could potentially drag someone prone as part of your normal attacks. Right? Like, that might be a special thing that you can do a limited number of times per day.
Yeah, if it's limited per day, I think that could work for sure.
Yeah. One other piece of feedback that I have is, you ignore this if you just don't care about my opinion, which is totally fine. I'm begging you to rename these Ulfrings. RL is quite possibly the hardest phoneme to capture, set of phonemes to capture in any language. Earl is really hard to do, and then to go from furl. It
feels like there's a vowel missing.
Well, and that vowel would be there to space out all of these different mouth shapes, because you're moving from L to F, which are very contradictory mouth shapes, to L to R, which is contradictory again from F, and then back in L, which is very similar to R.
Maybe this is like a really Scandinavian thing.
Well, so the word that it's based off of is Ulfr, which is an Old Norse word meaning wolf.
Oh, Ulfrling is so easy to say. Yeah, literally, they just took a U out. Put that U back. Put it back.
So Ulfr Ulferling would work, but also just Ulfring would be fine, right? Like the ing is accomplishing what the ling would. So either way, you gotta tune this.
What happened to that guy, green slime, liquid green, who was yelling about not being able to edit the document earlier? I like that guy. I love
He hung out for a bit.
I love new people.
He hung out for a bit.
I love when new people ask questions that I don't understand. All right, let's give Lucy a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Lucy.
Lovely piece. Click. Clack.
Tradosio wants to know why he can't edit the document.
Thank you, Tradosio. I appreciate the support. You know what? It's nice when somebody can see that there's something missing from your life, and they try to help you. You know, find something to fill that void. Well, here's our local meth addict. Let's see.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to let you review our local meth addict. And chat, have a great night. Cinder, have a good one.
All right.
Talk to y'all soon.
Thank you, Patrick. Thanks for stopping by.
Of course. Take it easy, y'all. Bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness, guys. This wasn't meant to be edgy, but it just kind of became edgy? What does that mean? All right, chat. I need your help. We're going to need your help more now. Pat's gone. Wait, I think I looked at this one already. Maybe I didn't. All right, we'll look at it again. Aura of Chaos? Is that what this is called? The Aura of Chaos Barbarian? Yeah, the formatting is really bad. What the fuck is happening at the end here? You know what would make this formatting so much better? You just bold your shit. Bold your shit. Bold your shit. Aura of Chaos. Barbarians who take the way of chaos do not do it by their own accord, but instead those gifted with the power gain access to it when they experience a great pain or loss which causes the power of chaos. Is this sentence really still going? Guys, I'm going to try it. Okay, who made this? This is Meth Addict. Let me read this sentence out loud, and I need you to tell me how you feel about it. Chat. Curious if you have any specific thoughts on the sentence and its length. Barbarians who take the way of chaos do not do it on their own accord. Instead, those gifted with the power gain access to it when they experience a great pain or loss, which causes the powers of chaos to give them their fiery seal of approval and the power to take revenge, to burn all those there that stand in their path to revenge. That's one sentence, my guy. What are you doing? That's like 8 sentences. Break it up. Break it up. Break it up. Break it up. You're right. Or not long enough. Fair. Barbarians who take the pay do not take so on their own accord. Period. Boom. In fact, I feel like you could get rid of that whole sentence. I would just cut out of this whole sentence. I would say, barbarians of the path of chaos gain their power when they experience great loss or pain. Period. Keep going. Something else. Period. Keep going. Something else. Period. The powers they gain give them the strength to shatter buildings and to set the very air around them on fire. Wait, I looked at this piece already. Did I not look at this already? Maybe I didn't. The power comes at a cost. One who wields this power becomes more akin to the monsters who seek to tear down, blah, 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 blah. I'm not reading any more of this. The flavor text, you gotta get your... Come on, your sentence is too fucking long, my guy. I give up. I give up. This is what happens when you make your sentences too long. I just genuinely don't want to read them. Which is an issue, because if I don't want to read them, then some stranger certainly isn't going to want to read them. Let's see, we get a 3rd level. We get Blazing Rage. When raging, all non-worn or carried flammable material is set ablaze within a range of 5 feet, increasing by 5 feet for every size larger than fine, and increasing by 10 feet for every size... What? What the fuck are you trying to say, my guy? You set everything on fire around you in a range of 5 feet. And the range increases by 5 feet. Every size larger than fine? No idea what that means. And increasing by 10 feet for every size past large? There's no... It's just medium or large. There's no in-between there. Up to Gargantuan, which increases the range of the aura by 10 feet for every 20 feet of height. I'm not gonna take out a fucking calculator to figure this out. What the fuck do you want me to do? This is an absurd amount of... Like, this makes no sense. Okay, here's... the scaling is way too much. Is way too much. We're moving past... Yeah, we're just... You're right. Somebody said skip. Yeah, we're just gonna completely... Here's what I'm gonna say. I have no idea what this is trying to do. I think you're trying to set objects on fire around you, which I think is fine. It's also not that unique. The Storm Herald Barbarian basically gets this. So other than that, we're just going to skip it. And we're going to say, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to do here, but you have broke the bank. You gain a passive bonus that is always active, which grants you double damage to structures. I would just say you deal double damage to objects and structures. You have disadvantage on all persuasion and deception checks. This is not great design. I don't think you should be imposing such a... I don't understand why we're getting this disadvantage. And I don't feel like class features should impose disadvantages for the most part. You lose the ability to choose when you rage. Instead, your rage is triggered by something. Example could be a scent that reminds you of what was taken from you. A saying from your hometown. Okay. We're going to actually stop reading this piece here. Losing your ability to choose when you're raging can work, but you need very specific mechanics for what triggers it, and I'll tell you why. Regardless of whether or not your character has agency over that when they rage, it still should be your player's choice to make it happen. And the way that this is worded, it really sounds like it's the dungeon master who's just in charge of it. Not only does that take away player agency, which I see some people mentioning in the chat. Good on you. Class, I love when you say things before I do. A+. But also, it takes away player agency, but it also puts responsibility on the dungeon master. Not only does it put responsibility on the dungeon master to remember to trigger your rage, it puts responsibility on the dungeon master to make like really weirdly specific stuff happen all the time related to you so that your rage can trigger. So it's just like, it's very unsupportive as a mechanic. Either from a fun perspective from the player agency, but also just an ease of use perspective. And I'm going to say right now, you are really, really, really shooting yourself in the foot with writing a sentence like this. It's just, this is incomprehensible. So I don't even really understand what it does. But here's what I'll say. Here's one thing that I'll say. You mentioned a lot of chaos in here. This doesn't feel like chaos. This just feels like you have a fire aura. And you don't... A barbarian should be pretty close to feeling like their subclass at 3rd level. They shouldn't have to wait till 6 to feel like it. So maybe you're a fire guy, but it didn't feel like you were a fire guy here. It felt like you were a chaos guy. Although I guess all these things do have fire names. But yeah, I think that this fundamentally is just not working. Even if you changed this and you made the language work so that it was, you set objects on fire around you and the radius of that aura grew as you grew in levels or power or whatever, that still isn't really doing anything for the barbarian. That is not a benefit to have that feature. It's just a thing, but it's not good for you. Like, it's situationally useful, but it's more situationally frustrating, I imagine, and tedious and uncontrolled in a way that isn't powerful. So if I were you, I would strongly encourage you to take a look at the Storm Herald Barbarian, not to copy what it gets, but to see how a barbarian with aura features could work, and how you could have some element of power over it, and it wouldn't just be chaos. Or if it was going to be chaos, it was still chaos that was like wasn't annoying to manage. You set stuff on fire when you rage, and you can't choose when you rage. That is asking for trouble. I agree. It's an interesting idea for like a character in a book, or like an NPC, I don't think it would be a fun thing to do for a character. All right. We're not going to read into this if I were you. Jacob, you must be new, my guy. Not reading into this means I'm not doing all of these other parts. I'm still going to give a little bit of feedback. I'm not going to be cruel. It's not, this piece doesn't require cruelty. All right, anyway, thank you, buddy. Thank you for the piece. Definitely, you got to reformat and you got to figure out how to write shorter sentences. And I think that you need to make sure your core mechanic, which is what you get at 3rd level, is clear. Thank you for sharing. Click, clack, kluk. Next we have Ross Gosling. Let's see what's going on with our dear Ross Gosling. Rarity, strength, and wording are all questionable. All right, fair. Cinder, read what Rubber Lucy said. Where did Rubber Lucy say something? I'm the boy with the tongue twister. The main idea behind them was a Nordic people, and the Nordics are known for throwing weapons and stuff. So yeah, if you have anything to add with that, then... Well, I didn't read the flavor text because you told me to skip it. So I just assumed it was a wolf person. So I would probably say use less wolf person language if you don't want people to think it's a wolf person. That's probably what I would say. But if you do want it to be a wolf person, I still feel like throwing stuff it's got to be kind of toned. It shouldn't be as strong as it was. All right. This is a piece from Ross Gosling. The Grimoire of Spellweaving. The Grimoire of Spellweaving is a leather-bound book with worn pages and mysterious inscriptions. It emanates an aura of arcane knowledge and power. This is an invaluable tool for those seeking to deepen their understanding and mastery of spells. Hey, Dylan, what's up, my guy? It can be used as a spellcasting focused. You submit. There's a link in the description, and I think that there's a thing you can do. I think Stream Elements is working again. Let's see if Stream Elements says something. Here you go. There's a link. Okay, you can use it as spellcasting focus. At the end of a long rest, you can select one intelligence-based skill with which you are not already proficient. You gain proficiency in the skill until you pick another one during a subsequent long rest, fall unconscious, or unattuned. The effect is in place while the grimoire is on your person. Holding the book is not required. Okay. At the end of a short rest, you can pick one unknown spell from a spell list you have access to. The spell is always prepared and can be cast using an appropriate spell slot and components until you pick another. The language that you use for this is a little bit weird when you say until you pick another, blah, blah, blah. I would probably just use that language for both the skill and the spell. I probably would not use the language. I probably wouldn't write it that way. I probably would say something like, I'd probably put a period after the word components and then say you have access until you have access to this spell until pop, 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 pop. Just make it a new sentence because right now it's a little bit chonky. This grimoire sounds familiar. Expanded understanding is very dangerous since you can multi-class one level into any spell list and basically gain a spell of any level. I don't know if it's the biggest deal on a magic item, because then I feel like it's not crazy. I think it's quite strong. You think this book exists as a different magic item? What's it called? Oh, I see. Oh, no, I understand, but Poncho. Yes. It should be limited to the spells you have access to of that class. So if you only are one level of cleric, you should only be able to pick first level cleric spells. That's Mysium Apparatus? This is not the Mysium Apparatus, is it? The Mysium Apparatus lets you cast cantrips, I thought. It's like a cantrip caster, right? I guess you could cast leveled spells too? Huh. Interesting. It's similar. Also spells, but there is check you need to pass. Yeah. I see. Yeah, the main thing I think is what Butt Poncho brings up, which is that we want, we don't want to be able to get access to any cleric spell by just taking one level of cleric. So if we take one level of cleric, we only want to be able to access first level cleric spells. Like whatever spells you have access to of a level you have access to of those class. Something like that. A level 19 wizard with mass heal would go crazy. Oh, you know it. It's an interesting idea. It's definitely very rare minimum, I would say. Very rare requires attunement, for sure. I don't know if it's legendary. I think it depends on how you build it or change it. But it's close to legendary, I think. It's definitely very rare. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a fine idea. I think that you just got to tone it down a little bit. Alrighty. That was the Grimoire of Spell Weaving by Ross Gosling. I get the appeal of it, right? Especially for like a wizard. Where you're like, I will have the knowledge of all spells. The expanding understanding wasn't intended to work like we divulged. What was it intended to work like, you think? So it's good if it's reworded? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Kyler. Limited to the spells you have access to, not the entire spell list. Oh, okay. So it's just like okay, so it's like a spell that you don't have prepared, but a spell you have. Okay, yeah, no, then I think that's a lot more reasonable. And then it's super reasonable. I still think it's very rare. Kyler, hey Cinder, I've put a lot of effort into this cleric subclass. Although I will mention that this subclass has 2 homebrew spells that you can. I'm not gonna check them, just so you know. If you wish to look at those, that would be much appreciated. I know it would, but I'm gonna look at a whole subclass instead. Disease domain. Didn't I just look at a disease domain? I just did the other day. Why do people love the disease domain so much? The plague. Everyone wants to hang with the plague. Hey, you're coming down with the sickness. You better come up, etc. Spells. Inflict wounds, ray of sickness, blindness, deafness, ray of enfeeblement, contagion, plague bearer's mark. Again, we're not going to worry about that or care about that. Blight, Everard's black tentacles, negative energy, flood. Soul. Okay, we're not going to worry about soul rot surge either. It's a pretty solid spell list. I feel like at this point, I feel like I've seen like 3 or 4 different plague clerics, and they all have basically the same spell list with like minor differences. Like this one is a little bit more eldritch. Some of the other ones are a little bit more like earthy and poisony. Papa Nurgle is spreading his influence. This is true. Decomposition gang. Horror dude. Yeah, I looked at yours. Good call. All right, let's see what we get. Pestilence touch. At first level, you gain the ability to channel a touch of decay. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can use your reaction to inflict them with minor disease. The target must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, the target is disadvantaged on the next attack roll it makes. This effect lasts until the end of its next turn. You can do this a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. It's a little bit weird to make a melee-based cleric where they don't get access to where they don't get weapon proficiency. Like, your first level feature requires you to hit with an attack, which you're not going to be good at. And you're not going to have good weapons to do that with. So what's happening here is it's implying to use inflict wounds. Because that here, so here's what I would say. But let me ask you this. Butt Poncho, yeah, you spotted it too. Are there any other attack spells that this cleric is going to have access to at first level? Or at 5th level, for that matter? Guiding Bolt is an attack spell. Inflict Wounds will be an attack spell. But that's kind of it. Spiritual Weapon will be one later. But it's not a lot, right? Like, it doesn't feel like it... I don't know. It feels like it's not a lot. Guiding Bolt's not a melee attack. That's a really good point. It really is. And it's not Spiritual Weapon. Oh, Spiritual Weapon is a melee attack. It's a melee spell attack. Oh, maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't know if Spiritual Weapon. Yeah, it's just Spiritual Weapon and Inflict Wounds. That's not enough. Like, we don't want a subclass feature that requires us to cast 1 or 2 very specific spells. It could be changed to whatever they deal necrotic damage. That's true. Whenever you cast a spell, whenever you deal necrotic damage to a creature, you can use your reaction to try to inflict a minor disease on them. You could do something like that for sure. Isn't there a cantrip that does that? Yeah, but the cantrip is Vicious Mockery. And Vicious Mockery is pretty bad, and it's not an attack. It's a saving throw. It does psychic damage, and only bards get access to it normally. So the cleric wouldn't even be able to cast it. Toll of the Dead does necrotic damage. Chill Touch does necrotic damage. There's lots of necrotic damage. No, I know you could just punch, Matt, but if you're gonna make a cleric that you want it to do melee stuff, you should make it good with weapons, or at least okay with them. No, they don't. That's a druid spell only. Chill Touch is ranged. Okay, that's true. No. I was just listing spells that do necrotic damage. I wasn't listing touch spells. Let's see what our channel divinity is. As an action, choose a creature you can see within 30 feet of you and force them to make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, they become unable to regain hit points for 1 minute. Both of these features are situationally good, but they feel too situational. I'm not arguing with you. You're just talking to chat. Oh, cool. I didn't assume you were arguing with me. I just assumed you were. I might have come off that way. I apologize. I feel like these things. Yeah, I know you are, Bildo. I feel like these things are so situational, and they don't really like do that much. It's like a lot. I don't know. We don't. There's not much going on yet with this guy. I'm gonna read 6th level, but we might stop at 6. At 6th level, you can unleash an aura of necrotic energy. Action, activate it in 30-foot radius. It lasts a minute or until you're incapacitated. It moves with you. Enemies that start their turn or enter it, you have to say or enter it for the first time. They have to make a save. Excuse me. On a failed save, they take necrotic damage and are afflicted by minor disease, giving them disadvantage. They're giving them disadvantage while inside the aura. What does that mean, while inside the aura? Is that different than this minor disease? Because you mentioned minor disease here. So if you mention minor disease once, it makes me feel like that's what minor disease does. So I would use different language if it's not the same minor disease. Also, this is just Spirit Guardians, but better. Not Spirit Guardians. Yeah, Spirit Guardians. This is just Spirit Guardians, but better. So, you also don't say how often we can do it. It's a Spirit Guardians, but we're gaining temporary hit points. I don't know, man. If this feels too... I feel like these don't feel strong enough, and then this feels too strong. Like, a lot too strong. A 30-foot radius is huge. Every single creature in that for a while, rating at... Like, this could be reasonable if the radius was 10 feet. Maybe. And if it was once a day. Databank brings up a good point. Why is this a frontliner without armor? Well, to be fair, with a 30-foot radius, you're barely a frontliner. You're more of a middle. But yes, I agree. I think we're going to stop reading this piece here. I think that if I were you, I would take a look at things like Spirit Guardians, and I would think about the fact that you don't want your piece to wait till level 6 to feel useful. You want to feel useful at level 1, and it's really important, especially for like a cleric, where it's like they're not between level 1 and level 6, they got a little Channel Divinity, but that's it. So you really want to make both of these features hit. And then the other thing is, if you're going to make something this strong, you got to make sure you're tempering it in some way. This is just a lot of damage and temporary hit points. It lasts a minute. There's no concentration required. It can happen every single turn. If a creature succeeds on their save against it, they're not immune to it. They still have to keep making that save every turn. And you don't have any limits for it. Data says because the first level is melee, they should get heavy armor proficiency. Yeah, I kind of agree. But I think you got to tone Aura of Contagion back. I would think about decomposition from different angles, not just disease necrosis. It's got philosophical implications, which a cleric can explore. I think it's a really nice idea. Yeah. But yeah, I think that if I were you, I would spend some time and I would rebuild the first 3 features. And I would try to make sure that you have like a specific path in mind of flavor, but also of mechanics. And it seems like you're starting to go that with these delivering of minor diseases. I would lean into that more, maybe even expand it. Yeah, those are my thoughts. And I don't think you should make this first level feature require a melee attack. Or I think you should just make it something else. I liked the idea of tying it to necrotic damage. I thought that was kind of cool. You could also tie it to necrotic and poison if you wanted to like open it up a little bit more. If it's a melee fighter, shouldn't it get extra attack at some point? No. Clerics at 8th level either get Divine Strike or Potent Spellcasting. If they get Divine Strike, their melee attacks do extra damage. If they get Potent Spellcasting, their cantrips do extra damage. This replaces this is the alternative to extra attack. The other thing is that clerics are full casters, so they don't really get extra attack. The only full casters that get extra attack are like really melee focused, where it's like they are the Cleric of Swords or something like that. And like even like the War Cleric, which is the only one that I think gets extra attack, it's like limited extra attack. You can use it like a number of times per day equal to your Wisdom modifier or something like that. But most of the spellcasters that are full spellcasters that extra attack, that's like the only thing they get at one feature. Like at 6th level, like that's the only thing they get. And that would be like the Blade Singer or the College of Swords Bard. But again, none of those things get Divine Strike, Potent Spellcasting. That's a very cleric-specific thing. Which is, I think, why no cleric gets extra attack. Yeah. All right, let's give our dear Kyler a round of applause. Thank you, Kyler. Thank you, thank you. I'm the bozo who made the Discordant Harmony, and I'm really grateful for all the feedback. Going to start with a heavy edit down, try to make the flavor clear. Yeah, man, you got too deep into your poetry, my guy. You were too into your flavor text. And I think your idea is a little too esoteric. You gotta simplify it. You don't even need to simplify it. You just need to clarify. You just need to pick a lane for mechanical exploration, for mechanical expression that isn't so heady. I could tell that you didn't know what... I could tell that you were going in too many directions when I saw the spell list. Spell list was all over the place. Which is not a bad place to start. None of this is bad. You all are doing good. Hey guys, what should we do on stream tomorrow night? Should we do a call-in show? Or should we do homebrew review? Or not homebrew review. Should we do a call-in show? Or should we do speed homebrew? Or should we do something new? Or should we do all of the above? Should we play Baldur's Gate? What do you guys think? I know Bildo wants me to play Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think anyone else does. For you, Bildo. I'll tell you what. Listen, I'm happy to do a call-in show, but if people want me to play Baldur's Gate 3, I would love to. I want to play so much. I just didn't think anyone wanted to watch me play it on stream. I should end with Speed Brew. That's hard. I'm gonna be tired. All right. Maybe this week we'll start playing Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit. Maybe that's what we'll do a little bit this week. But here's the deal: if we play Baldur's Gate 3. I am going to be. I don't want you guys to give me any spoilers or anything, but I will be playing alongside you. I'll be like, we'll be talking through what we do, but it's not going to be chat plays. Just so you know, it will be me playing it. And I think I might go with. I don't know. I think I have a game that I started a while ago. I actually have to check because I haven't played in so long. This is the card queue. But yeah, we'll talk. I want tips. I'm happy for tips. I don't want tips at the moment, but I feel like, yeah, I'm happy to take tips. I don't want spoilers is what I don't want. Yeah, chat influence. Like, if you guys are like, hey, you should throw that off that bridge, I'll probably throw that off that bridge. But we're not going to do, like, you guys vote to be for every single thing. Maybe I'll have you vote for some things. I'll probably have you vote for more things than actually not, but now that I think about it. Wait, whatever. We'll figure it out when we get there. Okay, cool. Maybe this week we'll do some Baldur's. Maybe we'll start incorporating Baldur's Gate 3 into the mix. Listen, if you guys want, if I could make streams successful with you guys and us like playing some games together sometimes, I would fucking love that. I think it would be amazing. I was thinking I would stream a lot longer because it would be easier. These streams take work. The other ones are a little bit more cash. Maybe we'll do that plus call-in show tomorrow. Maybe we'll do them next. Maybe we'll do a little bit of. I wonder if I can do both at the same time. That might be hectic. Maybe we'll try. Maybe we'll try to do both at the same time. I'm not sure. I originally conceptualized this as a fighting style, but D&D Beyond doesn't let you do those, so you add some tangential, some things tangential to the core idea. Tried to make sure it was generally between Weapon Master and Sentinel for raw power, so you made it a feat. So do you want it to be a feat, or do you want it to be a fighting style? Let's take a look at it. How could design review be tiring? This does a lot of things for a feat. It does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a lot. All right. You get bonuses to this. You get this. I'm going to tell you right now, you probably could just drop these two parts. Weapons you wield without the special heavier throne property have a throne of 0/0. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, every I hate to break the news, but literally every item in the game has the throne of 0/0. Weapons you wield with the throne property gain additional 15 feet of range and additional 30 feet of long range. This includes the weapon that gained the property from. Oh my god, I understand what you're doing, and it's so convoluted. This is what you... Okay. So this is what this should say. This is what this should say. Weapons you wield without the special heavy thrown or ranged properties have a thrown ranged of 15 by 30. That's the way you write this. And then you write this by you say, weapons that already have the thrown property... Get rid of the throne thing here. Just to remove that. Boop, that's gone. Weapons that already have the throne property increase their range by 15, their short range by 15 feet and their long range by 30 feet. The first time you draw a weapon, nope. Just cut this whole part out. This is convoluted. You do realize that thrown weapon fighting exists as a fighting style. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm not even going to try to read this. This is convoluted. When you launch a weapon, what does that mean? Launching isn't a mechanic in D&D. It deals an extra die of damage. That's enough right there. And then there's this whole crazy thing down here. Knocking creatures back. This is just doing too much. I feel like you're trying to figure out how to put This is like you have a character and you're trying to multi-class without multi-classing. That's what this sounds like. DC based on attack modifiers is not good for design. I didn't even get to that. Yeah, no. Wait, why is it by plus the attack? What? That doesn't make sense. It should be... No. Yeah. Because the attack already includes your The reason why the DC for things is 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus plus the stat is because the proficiency bonus plus the stat is the attack. So this is just saying this makes it 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your ability plus the proficiency bonus again. So don't do that. When enemies attempt to leave the thrown range of your weapon, you can make an opportunity attack as a reaction. Okay, I think you got to pick your poisons here, my guy. I think you got to decide. Do you want to make the ability this? Or do you want to make the ability this? One of the two. You get rid of this whole fucking thing in the middle. Maybe it means the attack modifier. Maybe that is what they meant. Maybe, oh, they did say mean the attack modifier. Oh, yeah. They did mean the ability that the ability modifier used for the attack. Yes, that is probably what they meant. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean, Poncho. I said it and I understood it and I didn't even realize that what was said was different because I just understood it. But what did you say in your thing? This is so much stronger than Great Weapon Fighter or Sentinel, by the way. Yeah, you got to majorly cut it down. If you are making a feat and you realize the feat does more than 3 things, you've given the feat too much power. Easiest way to make the feat less powerful is get rid of this kind of stuff. This is essentially a subclass. This is essentially like a different type of fighter subclass that you're just getting on top of whatever else you're doing. Do I review Homebrew for World of Darkness? I do not. I have never played World of Darkness. I don't know how to play it. But Poncho, I would argue that this is definitely stronger than Great Weapon Master. The Great Weapon Master would be as strong as this if Great Weapon Master gave you less of a penalty when you used it. This just gives you a stupid amount of extra damage. This just doubles your damage die. Chat is slow? Is it slow? Doesn't feel slow for me. I like thrown range. I like thrown weapon reaction too. I also like making your thrown weapons go a little farther. What I don't like is every single thing you'd need to just be a character in one feat. So yeah, you got to tone it back. You got to focus it in a little bit. Or just turn this into a subclass. Because right now, it's doing a little bit too much. The card. The card! Yeah, it kind of does read like a fighter subclass. I feel like the move would probably be... I feel like the move is the reaction attack. The reaction attack feels pretty strong. Uh-oh, you guys are going to get into a convo on Great Weapon Master? Okay. You're more than welcome to go down that rabbit hole. Yazakon likes the ranged attack. Quinn Bracey. Calm down, Cinder. It's just homebrew. Would you rather me not give feedback? Would you rather me just look it up and be like, yeah, it's cool, and turn it off? Do you think that would help the person grow as a writer? Do you think that would be satisfying for them? Do you think that they would be improved at all? Or do you think it would just be a waste of all of our time? I think it would just be a waste of all of our time. So no, I won't calm down. Cinder, this is my first piece of homebrew that I've just made. It's not super detailed. It's just a fun weapon for the best ranger subclass out there. Swarm Keeper. I love the Swarm Keeper. Okay. It was a meme. Yeah, I don't know too many memes. Gandalf thinks I'm being calm. That's true. Y'all haven't seen. That's not true. Some of you have seen me get pretty full of rage. Did you say we need? Did you say we need techno? Okay, I got you. It is getting a little late in the night, eh? Okay, I got you guys. I got you. The Bullet Ant. TM. Why is it TM'd? Nobody copy it. It's trademarked. Forged from an ancient druidic alloy of honey and steel, the Bullet Ant TM. Wow, you really put TM? You do realize that you're not going to trademark this, right? Like I'm pretty sure that by putting it on D&D Beyond, you essentially sign a contract saying that you're not trademarking it. I don't know if that's true, but it's definitely true that you putting TM there doesn't do anything. Just so you know. If you're hoping that this is going to be your legal safety net. The reason why I'm not sure if it's a joke is because it doesn't look like this is like a homebrew that's about like a store or capitalism or anything like that. It just looks like it's there. Forged from an ancient druidic alloy of honey and steel, the Bullet Ant has been used by skilled hunters and rangers for hundreds of years to help command their swarms on the battlefield. +1 to attack and damage rolls made with the weapon. On a hit, you can use a bonus action to have your swarm follow the trail of the honey bolt, dealing an additional 1d6 damage. Doesn't this already happen? No, it just happens anyway. Okay, so for a bonus action, you can deal extra damage with your Swarm Keeper power. If an enemy is sharing a space with your swarm, they must succeed on a DC 14 saving throw at the end of their turn, or have disadvantage on all ranged attacks and have their movement reduced. But your swarm is never out and traveling when you're a Swarm Keeper. Like, your swarms, you don't actually control a swarm. It's not a creature. So how would something be in the area of your swarm? What does that mean? Maybe this? That doesn't really make sense either. It means nothing. Yeah, it's a little confusing. So I'd figure out what you mean by that. Yeah, I don't know what it means for a creature to be inside your swarm. Noxious Coating. Once per long rest, you can add Acid Arrow. You can cast Acid Arrow at the second level on a creature that is sharing a space with your swarm. Again, that doesn't mean anything. Okay, so what does this actually do? Bonus action, you can do more damage. Once per day, you can cast Acid Arrow. And then when creatures are in a certain area, they have to make a Wisdom saving throw. They have disadvantage on all ranged attacks and have their movement speed reduced by 10. You have to say until the end of their turn or something here, until the start of your next turn. You have to clarify how long that lasts. But also, just to be clear, your swarm doesn't take up space as a Swarm Keeper Ranger. So if you are building an item for a specific class or a specific subclass, you really need to make sure you understand how that class or subclass works. Otherwise, you're getting nonsense stuff. The other thing that people pointed out, which I think is very nice, is that this should require attunement by a Swarmkeeper Ranger in the attunement. This should also just require attunement. This also is not a uncommon item. This is a rare item, I would say. Potentially very rare, depending on how this feature is actually intended to work. This feature could definitely make it a very rare item, depending on how often it goes off. Honestly, it might be very rare in general, just because of these two, plus this. Yeah, I could see it being rare or very rare. Either. But yeah, you gotta figure out what half of this stuff means. The main feedback is, you know, if you're gonna make a Swarmkeeper item, you should probably familiarize yourself with the Swarmkeeper features. All right, Quinn, thank you very much. Gandalf suggests maybe it allows you to summon a swarm of insects. That could work for sure. That way it would at least work with itself, which would be neat. Maybe it wouldn't need to be a Swarmkeeper limited item then. Matthew McMillan. Matthew McMillan. The mill runs dry. And the Matthew mix on. Silver Ghost, what's up? I feel like I haven't seen you often before. Hey Cinder, this is a magic item, the Arcane Cannon, a powerful cannon found on a specific pirate lich's ship in my campaign. I'm not sure how to rate the rarity of the item, so I just put Wondrous, but that's probably wrong. Wondrous is the type of item. It is not the rarity of the item. So generally a magic item is like an armor piece, a weapon, or a wondrous item. And wondrous item just means anything that you're not wearing or carrying, basically. What am I looking at here? Requires a strength score of 15 to move. Requires an intelligence of 15 to aim and fire. Okay. You can move the cannon 10 feet per 10 strength score. What does that mean? Does it take any action to move it? So here's one of those things where it's like, if you want to make something like this, you need to make sure you are writing it out as clearly as you possibly can. So for example, get rid of all of this. Get rid of absolutely all of this. And I would say you could just literally write, the Arcane Cannon is a massive cannon. It takes up this much space. On your turn, as a part of your movement, you can, as a part of your action, or as a part of your movement, or as an action, or as a bonus action, or as a something, you can move the cannon up to 10 feet per 10 points you have in your strength score rounded down. Rotating the cannon costs... I don't think rotating should cost 5 feet of movement. I would say, I don't know. Or you have to literally have to use that same language. Or write it out in that same way that I just wrote that sentence. Others can assist in rotating, moving the cannon, but must end their turn at the cannon. Like, what does that mean? Example. Player has a score of 18. They can move the cannon 10 feet. If players work together, a score of 24. They can move the cannon 20 feet. How does this fit into the action economy? So let's say it's my turn. Okay, am I moving the cannon on my turn, or am I spending my turn to move the cannon, but it's not moving until it's the other person's turn? And if I am moving the cannon on my turn, is the other person moving with me? Are they moving out of turn? What's going on here? Like, you have to think about how is this actually sitting in the action economy? And if the cannon is moved on someone else's turn, but they're a part of that movement, do they move with it? Do they stay back? Like, there's just a lot of pieces of the puzzle that's missing. The cannon gets +8 to hit. You have to roll attack roll. What is attack roll equals Arcana +8? What does that even mean? Does that mean to fire the weapon, you need to roll an Arcana check and you can add 8? Because it says it's a +8 weapon, which to me implies you roll a d20 and you add 8. So, like, what does that mean? The cannon fires an arcane blast in a 5-foot line by 100 feet. After hitting the first target, if they're killed or destroyed, leftover damage is dealt to the target in line using the same attack roll until the original attack roll fails to beat the AC or all damage is used. I think this mechanic is interesting. This does way too much damage. All of this stuff is way too complicated. So you got to tone it all back. And honestly, my guy, you got to just look at some magic items. There's literally magic... There are, like, arcane ballistas in D&D. You got to look up some magic items. Essentially, your proficiency Arcana is proficiency in this weapon. Then why are you adding an extra +8? It should just be Arcana. Plus, you roll plus Arcana. No, this is definitely not copyrighted. This is a different piece than the other one. Unless your chat's coming in really late. Our chat's coming in really late. Let me see. Do I have my settings bad? No, my settings are right. It's definitely you guys, not me. The bot? No, I think they just put their name there. I don't know. No, again, I don't think that... Maybe it's copyrighted. It doesn't really matter if it is, because it's kind of unusable in its current state. Where it says live under the screen, if it has a gray dot next to it, click it. Oh yeah, you might be watching late. Yeah, so main piece of feedback, you gotta... This is not the move. This is not the move. None of this feels like the move. This is what I would probably say. I would probably let a creature use their action to move it, and I would let a creature use their action to fire it, and I would making the movement maybe require an athletics check, and I would make firing it either just work on an attack roll, or you could make it an Arcana check or whatever to fire it. But you gotta simplify those mechanics, my guy. It's not a +8 magic weapon. Why are you saying that? Oh, it is a +8 magic weapon. Oh my god. I completely misunderstood that. Wow. That's crazy. To give you some clarity, I believe the most powerful weapon officially published is a +3. Technically, you could go to +4, I think. It is in the DMG somewhere. But, yeah, no, this thing has a higher magical bonus than, like, Weapons of Gods. Yeah, and you could have Arcana, you could have expertise in Arcana. Yeah, no, you don't make it a +8 weapon. It's not a weapon, it's an item. So it doesn't do any of this anyway. So get rid of all this fucking stuff. Just say it's a +8 to hit, or plus Arcana to hit, and it deals 8d8 damage. Don't do all this extra stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And also, like, here's a question. Call me crazy, but what does rotating the cannon do? Chat, what does rotating the cannon do? First person to answer wins a prize. I know exactly what it does. Let's see. Dylan says aim it. Nope, that's what you think it would do, but that doesn't. It has nothing to do with aiming it. Butt Poncho, Gideon, Horror Dude Bro, Crids, all of you win. The way this is written, the aiming the cannon does nothing. Rotating the cannon does nothing. There is no mechanics here involving the cannon has to be aiming in a specific direction to fire. Just saying. So yeah, it's listen, having an arcane cannon is a cool idea. I don't think you should make it this complicated. And I think I would just majorly simplify it, especially if it's like you're not used to writing magic items. You want to make sure you're getting familiar with how to write a magic item before you try to worry about building something too crazy. I'm not saying don't put it in your game, but I'm saying you don't need to have it like built like a magic item. You can have it be real simple. And maybe you have a goal of your players getting it at some point and it being theirs, and maybe then you can worry about that. But even then, simplify it. Majorly simplify. If you want this to be a thing the bad guy has access to, it could literally just be this last part. It doesn't need any of this other stuff. You will get incredibly deranged calculus when it comes to two ships moving in different directions while having to rotate the cannon. I like Tradosio's suggestion that it's a line and the first creature in the line has to make a save. Yeah, I agree with that. I like that idea. Siege weapons, yes. So siege weapons exist in D&D. You could use those as inspiration. 100% great idea. Great idea. Siege weapons. Here you go. A bunch of different siege weapons that you can take some inspiration from. This one's really cool looking. Look at that. I like that one. All right, Matthew. Thank you for your piece. It's a little deranged, but I appreciate the effort. Hey, Kelp, what's up? I didn't see you earlier. Thank you, thank you. Click. Clap, clap, they say. Red Drake. Ooh, Mona Lisa. Let's take a look, shall we? Was bumming around here? Ah, currently cleaning your dungeon? Oh, man, I gotta clean my dungeon. I gotta clean it before PAX. I gotta clean it before... Well, no, I have to do... Let me rephrase that. I have to deep clean it before PAX. A certain amount of regular cleaning happens regularly, but there's, like, parts of my room that, like, I just never touch. Like, weird little corners. The design of this spell was for my players. I designed the spell for my players, and it will be part of my main campaign. Fairly balanced. Yeah, we looked at this already. Red Drake, love you, but we looked at it already. Bye. If any of you are going to PAX Unplugged and you see me, you should say hello. And I will say, you like my stuff? And you'll be like, yeah. And I'll be like, I'll take a picture. And if you see me at a bar, you can buy me a drink. These creatures are companions. Why did you do this? Why didn't you just give me a fucking link? You know that immediately makes me a little bit, like, annoyed. Alright, we'll look at the Pocket Panther, I guess. These creatures are companions that my Artificer Druid created. Am I going to be there Saturday? Read what Spicy 6 asked. If it's not a hassle, what'd you say? Let's go up. Love your videos, my dude. Getting back into DMing and after a few years and 5 torches down, seems to have good way of shoehorn plot. What is your question? 2 sides fighting for a MacGuff. Wait, I don't understand what you got. Getting back into DMing after a few and 5 torches down, seem to have a good way to shoehorn plot. What? 2 sides fighting for MacGuffin? Is that a good rule of thumb? I don't know what you mean by torches. But I will tell you that I think two sides fighting for a MacGuffin can work. I wouldn't do it if it was... Do you mean like two different player teams? I wouldn't do two different player teams going for the same thing. I don't know. I don't like creating circumstances where I know a group of players is gonna not win, and that's what that would create. And I don't want to build something in a way where players can pull agency out of the other situations. Two different NPC factions fighting for an artificer, an artifact. Yeah, that kind of thing can work. Hold action. Thank you for the 2. Very kind. Good night. Yeah, I think that could work. And then the players are deciding like which faction to join or if they're going to do their own thing. Yeah, I think it could be a lot of fun. I would try to make sure you still are creating like a variety of things. Like, you know, like think of it like Indiana Jones, where it's like some of it is like going through dungeons and puzzles, but some of it is like deciphering clues. Some of it is like, you know, going to find out what things mean and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that could be super fun. I think it'd be super fun. Kelf, I heard what you said. You said you think you could swing that. Listen, I don't want you to go to PAX Unplugged if the only reason you're going is to see me, because I can't promise I'm going to hang out for a super long period of time. It will be nice to see people there, but that would feel odd. I would feel weird if somebody was there just to see me. Blinky the Panther. Why is this so long? Why is it so fast? Fueled by the power of bag of holding, it has its own pocket dimension. It can store, retrieve, and move freely through this dimension. When entering the dimension, it still sees the area when it entered. It can move through creatures and some objects. All right, here's what I'm going to say. I like the idea of a pet that has a little bag of holding. I would not give a pet that just casually can have a movement speed of 50 feet and can be in the ethereal, but can still see into the material. Because that means it's going to have 100 feet where it can just go through walls and see things. And I don't know. It's just too much. That's just a little too much if you ask me. It's a little too strong. Quelque andutre. Good night, good sir. Sleep well. Yeah, like this is the kind of thing that I would make a monster maybe, but I definitely would not give to a player. This is jank. This is jank times 3. I don't even think we need to read the rest. This is just crazy. It just always has etherealness whenever it wants. Etherealness, the like 7th level spell. It's a little bit much. I don't smoke weed. I definitely don't. Yeah, that's my main feedback. If somebody brought this to me and said, I want to make this as a minion, I would say it's stronger than subclass minions that you get access to from subclasses. Yeah, a little too much, a little too beefy, a little too beefy in the bot, a little too beefy a boy puppet. I think maybe if it could go ethereal for like a turn once a day, that could work. Oh wait, let's give them a round of applause. Round of applause for the super jank dimension creature. It's a fun idea, a little overpowered. If you want to make it work, limit the amount of time it can do that. Also, maybe don't make it speed doubled when it does that. Next is Reaver. I read this already, I think. Let me just double check. I did. It wasn't strong enough. Needs more power. More power! Yeah, a reduced movement speed would make a lot more sense than an increased one. For balance, anyway. Leodes. We're doing a whole the whole wheel's getting deleted tonight, so it's okay. We don't need to worry about it. If it's level 20, then balance is irrelevant, so we don't need to worry about it. This is my shared homebrew. It's supposed to work like a paladin lich, or at least give that feeling. I know Death Knights exist, but I find it rather boring as a stat block. Some features kind of include some lore in there. You can just ignore it. You do realize that when you shove lore randomly into features, it makes it harder to read the features. Just keep that in mind. English is not your first language, but if you make mistakes, you'd love for them to be corrected. Yeah, level 20 is just a meme, for sure. Paragon. I feel like I've read this before. All right, so I'm going to give you some feedback immediately. This stat block's too long. Straight up. Let's talk about how many core features it has. 1, 2. All right, this one doesn't really matter. Does this one matter? If it's unless incapacitated, undecrees of a choice have advantage on saving throws. Okay, so this one is one we have to keep track of. The Paragon is a dark creature, almost completely unable to understand any emotions. If you're gonna make things this long, my God, you can't have flavor text in the mechanics. Jesus, it's gonna take like I don't mean to be rude, but it's like you have to think about the fact that a stat block needs to be easily accessible. When I get to Dark Prayer, I don't want to have to hunt for where the feature is. So here's where it starts. After a minute-long ritual, any creature aware of the existence of the Paragon and willing to summon it may say a prayer and call any of the creature's names, asking for its aid. What does that mean? Just say, don't say that. I would just say and ask for its aid. This feels like it almost shouldn't be a mechanic. This almost feels like it should be lore. I mean, I guess it could be mechanics, but like, let me tell you, this is the way I would probably write this feature if I were you. A creature that is aware of the Paragon can spend a 1-minute ritual praying to it, period. The Paragon can hear and understand this prayer, regardless of distance or language, period. After the prayer is complete, the Paragon will judge the prayer, period. If the Paragon... I have to keep reading because I don't understand. Oh my God. Okay, now that I understand what it does, this is how you write it. Any creature that is aware of the Paragon can spend 1 minute performing a ritual, praying to the Paragon, or beseeching the Paragon, period. The Paragon hears this prayer, regardless of range or distance, and immediately teleports next to the creature that made the prayer, or however you want to say that. If it accepts the prayer becomes its new task. If it doesn't accept the prayer, it slays it immediately becomes hostile to the creature that summoned it. Something like that. But like you are majorly shooting yourself in the foot with how long this thing is. While the Paragon is dead, the moment it hears the dark prayers... So this is the way I would word this. I would completely get rid of this feature and say, if a creature performs the dark prayer after the Paragon has been destroyed, it is resummoned. Blah, 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 blah. And then you could talk about this part at the end here. It just does extra damage. It is an aura. I don't know. All this stuff feels like... I like the flavor of this stuff, but like you got... I would say you need to just majorly rewrite both of these features. They take up so much space to the point where like I'm tired now and I feel like I haven't even read what the monster does. So Matt also brings up a good point. There's no way to reject the teleport, which basically means that you can really easily trap the monster. Just cast it into a magic circle. Oh, I think I read part of this before. I read something that had a pool of 150 hit points. 150 is a lot. I give it less. Yeah, we're going to stop reading this here. I don't know. I think you really got to... I like the core idea here of these two things, but this needs to be a third of the words, and this needs to be half of the words maximum. Half of the maximum. Yeah, it's word salad for sure. I agree with Dragonus. Any flavor and mechanics should be limited or literal description. Yes, I agree. Getting some lay on hands is fine. It's a bunch of spells. It's pretty... This is maybe too many spells. It's a lot. Feels like it's more spells than a Lich gets. Damage is a lot, but it's fine. Each creature in a 60-foot thing... Each creature within 60 feet could take 10d10 necrotic damage. Can activate 2 channel divinity options granted by its corresponding oath. What does that mean? That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? What oath? I would lower the damage quite a bit. I'd probably make it like, I don't know, 6d10. And then I would clarify what you mean by this. This doesn't make any sense. Does this get a subclass? Legendary actions are fine. Wow, it gets its channel divinity back. This is also, I wouldn't do this. Look, if you want it to have a legendary action where it can get its channel divinity back twice a day, just let it do its channel divinity 3 times a day. Wait, its channel divinity is already on a recharge. Wow, that's so strong. No, this should not be on a recharge. This should be once a day. A 60-foot radius is so much bigger than like a 60-foot cone. Like dramatically bigger. It is definitely supposed to take inspiration from a paladin, but it's falling into that issue that a lot of dungeon masters fall into, where instead of making an NPC, they make a whole character. We don't need a whole character. It's too much to keep track of. We don't need a whole character. It's too many spells. It's too much going on. Powers are really strong, which is mostly fine. Also, this thing doesn't need mystic actions. But yeah, the main piece of feedback I have is that you need to figure out most of these features are way too wordy. I would say this piece is not going to be done until it is roughly a third shorter, minimum. Not even, no, it's 60-foot radius. It's 120 feet across. Yeah, this has more spells than a Lich, and a Lich is CR 21. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it's pretty strong. It's a pretty beefy boy. I would say it's probably too strong. How long have I been DMing? I don't know, 1,600 years. Yeah, the reason why a Lich works is because it has such low hit points and such low AC. We can't get the best of both worlds. We gotta slow it down. Yeah, it's a little bit too... Yeah, it's definitely too much. Well, actually, you know what? The thing is, it's not actually necessarily too much to keep track of in combat, right? It's just a bunch of spells, lay on hand, and big damage, and then a overpowered explosion. The problem is these features are so long-winded that, like, they drain you to read them. It's like they literally drain you to read them. So I think mechanically it's not too complicated. It's just kind of like it's actually mechanically kind of bland. It's just a dark paladin. It's not really doing anything unique or interesting. It's just doing what paladins do. So if you want to make like a paladin, then sure. But it's just like, it's a little overcomplicated in terms of these parts. And I think that there's an easier way to make a NPC paladin than just give a paladin all of, you don't need to give them all the subclass features. Like, I'll give you a minor example. Lay on hands. This thing should not have a lay on hands pool. Doesn't make any sense. So annoying for a dungeon master to keep track of. You want your dungeon master to keep track of not just this monster's spells that it's casting, not just its hit points, but also its lay on hand pool. Just give it lay on hands and make it a 3 times a day ability, and it's a dice roll. Boom, done. Yeah, a lot of searching for keywords, exactly, yeah. So it's one of those things where, like, it is a lot easier to navigate an NPC or a monster stat block if you don't build it one-to-one to mimic player stat blocks. The lay on hands is the main one I wanted to point out. Because you could just say it has a lay on hands and it can heal, I don't know, 5d8 or something crazy. That'll work too. It might not be too complicated, but if I was looking for a monster to throw at players and saw this wall of text, I would go skip it for something else. Yeah, that's what I mean where they're shooting themselves in the foot with that text. All right, thank you, Leode. Simplify your writing and shorten your writing. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. When is the fucking pirate game coming out? When am I supposed to have that done by? I need to remember to check that. 3 days? I hope you're kidding. No, Rally comes out in 3 days, not the time. I'm talking about a different thing, Pirate Campaign. Scared me for a second. I'm gonna let me message Patrick right now. Check. Did we pick the states for the pirates? I honestly feel like a lot of these pieces, mine included, would benefit from being a part of a larger book, so they wouldn't feel the need to try and mix in world building into their gameplay. You don't really need to pick in world. Maybe a lot of these ones do, but yeah, I think you can actually I think you can actually do a good deal of world building in mechanics. I will also say that we make compendiums in our Discord sometimes. People forget player-facing and DM-facing homebrew are 2 different concepts. One is thoroughly anti-abusable and convenient, respectively. Yes, I agree. Fabled Strategy. Really enjoying your content. Keep up the good work as well. This is a race. One of my players is currently using my homebrew campaign. You'd like some professional opinion on it. I'm not a professional. Is it a class or is it a race? I'll tell you my first thought. This is too complicated a feature to give a racial feature. My first thought. Let's see. We're an aberration. We're created for the minds of Eberron. We're little guys. Big guys? We're recreations of the mysterious Zodar. We're just weird stuff based... We're like weird metal monster things. Alright, let's take a look. What are Zodar doing here? Are they a thing? Alright, so they're just like Warforged. Okay. Let's see. Your body's encased in obsidian exoskeleton. While you aren't wearing armor, your AC equals 10 plus your con modifier plus your wisdom modifier. That is too strong. I'll tell you what, you could drop the wisdom modifier and that would be reasonably balanced. Con plus wisdom plus... This is basically... This is arguably better than This is majorly better than the this is just better than Monk's unarmed defense and Barbarian unarmed defense. So if you want to give a race an innate defense, usually the way that it works is it is a flat number plus a single stat. This is too high. I would drop the wisdom. Replicated design. You're immune to poison and resistant to... Okay. So you got poison stuff. You can't be teleported or sent to any plane again. Okay, this is also really strong. We're really strong already. Your creator utilized magic force to make you, granting you unique abilities to the Zodar. Your force core cannot be damaged or moved. What? Okay. This feels like it doesn't mean anything, so I don't know if we need it. Whoa, why do we get... What is all this going on here? There's a lot. Force core features. Your force core allows you to manipulate energy towards others. As an action, you can magically warp the space around one creature you can see within 30 feet. They have to make a saving throw, or they can fail. On a failed save, they take force damage, and they're teleported to a range, along with any equipment they're wearing or carrying, to an unoccupied space that you can see, and that can support them. On a success, they take half damage. Okay, this is a racial ability that does automatic damage? Get rid of that. Okay, we're gonna stop reading this piece here. This is shockingly too powerful. Let me count the ways. You get an innate ability to teleport creatures against their will. You get better armor than any classes that get natural armor. You get a lot of damage resistances and immunities. You have a casual ranged damage and teleport power that grows until level fucking 20. So nothing in D&D that you get from your lineage, species, any of that stuff, none of it grows past level 5, ever. And it doesn't grow this way either, where it's doing more damage. Maybe the Draconic Breath Weapon grows in terms of how much damage it does, but I think other than that, that's it. Yeah, I was going to say, this is a monster stat block. This is stronger than a subclass. You can hover. Yeah. Listen. You said you got a player that's using it in your game. Great. I would say that if I was a player and I would use this, I could so easily break the game. It's just, and not even in a way where I could do some combo that would be jank. I'm just going to be better than everyone else. No question. No one is going to be as strong as this character. This is already a monster stat block for 5e. It is? Is it called the Zodar? Oh, it is. Oh, I see. You based it off of a CR16 monster. Okay, so You can't just grab the stuff from powerful monsters. You can't just do that. Does it really have Wish? No, it's not really Wish. I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest with you here. This, I feel like Warforged exists. I feel like if you want to build an aberrant creature, go for it. But, like, if you're gonna let this creature force somebody to teleport against their will, it really shouldn't get stronger, and it should be once a day maximum. Just to give you a sense of some of the other things some races get, let's talk about a pretty powerful one. Let's talk about a pretty powerful one. Because if we talk about ones that aren't that powerful, people might be like, yeah, let's talk about Furbolg. Unquestionably a very strong race in D&D. What do they get? Let's see. Oh, Rex, thank you for the 20. An offering for the Horde. My Baraka Monk and Tyranid Fighter were both spun on the Speed Brew, and it made me want to start writing my first homebrew. I'm thinking I'm going to make the monsters out of MK and 40k characters. Rex, that is such... First of all, thank you. That is incredibly generous. It is what keeps me going. You're paying for me existing. You're paying for me getting set up. You're a champion. I love you. But building... To the more important note, after giving you some praise... Building homebrew around a goal like that is such a great way to inspire design. And what I'll tell you, because I've done similar things, I haven't actually done anything with 40k or Mortal Kombat, but what I'll tell you is I've started to build homebrew with a specific design in mind, and while I was building it in that design, I ended up coming up with things that I never would have thought of. And the end piece didn't even fit in that original idea anymore. It kind of became its own thing. But by using, by using like media as like a building block, it helped me come up with some really cool ideas. So it's a great idea. Just make sure that if you're taking 40k stuff, you're toning it down for D&D, because as you know, 40k everything is times a million. Okay, but let's talk about what the Furbolg gets. They can cast Detect Self and Disguise Self, okay? Once a day each. And then once a day, they can teleport. And once a day, they can become invisible. No, proficiency bonus times a day, they can become invisible until the start of their next turn. And they can carry stuff, and they can communicate with animals and plants. But the things can't communicate back. You can teleport creatures against their will, deal unmitigated damage to them. You can fly. You have armor better than any unarmored class in D&D. It's just a little too much, my guy. It's just a little too much. If I were you, I would say, what do I need to make this thing feel like a character? And then cut half of what you say out. And then see if it works. And then the answer might be it doesn't work as a character. I like this monster, though. He's cool looking. It's like an Eldritch suit of armor. All right. Thank you very much, Fabled Strider. And if your player is, in fact, being that... I'm sure they're having a blast. I would be too. All right. Round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I feel like it feels more like it would work as like a subclass. Depending on what you're going for. Snotty! You love the Zodar? Alright, I'll have to read about it later. Oh, you missed so many bangers, my guy. Snotty, this is a monster loosely inspired by a children's story. My sister read this story to her kids, and they told me about it. I had them come up with random ideas, which I refined into mechanics. That's a fun idea. That's a very fun idea. Oh, I love the art. Your children made this horrible thing? Not your children, but children. Not your children, but children. Children made this? Ay caramba. Ay chimama. Trees ice cream sandwich. Oh my god, guys, I started watching this new show. It's so good. It's so good. It's called 30 Coins. Have you guys heard of this show? I don't actually know if it's good, but I really like it. It's a Spanish show. It's about this priest. It's just okay. I watched the first episode and I loved it. It's about this guy who's an exorcist. And he goes to a small town and it's all... Listen, I only watched the first episode, but the first episode had me. In the first episode, we met this thing. I mean, come on now. Look at that giant baby. Look at that giant spider, baby. It's very good. It's Spanish, so you have to be comfortable with subtitles. Okay, this is called a Hitty Pitty. Great name. The monster, the reason why I thought about it, because the monster here reminded me of the monster from 30 Coins. It's called 30 Coins because it's the 30 silver that Judas was paid. Alright, it's got 15 armor class, 171 hit points, 40 movement, a good chunk of saving throws, pretty high challenge. So I hope it's doing something. Let's see what crazy stuff it does. For every 15 damage Hitty Pitty takes, it summons a Twig Blight in the closest unoccupied space. Okay, that is going to be incredibly tedious, the way that it's written. Because that means that minimum... What's 170 divided by 15? Let's do math. 170 divided by 15. That means this is going to summon 11 Blights minimum. That's going to be pretty tedious. So I would probably say whenever the Blight takes 15 damage or more from a single source, it summons a Twig Blight. So that means that 40 damage will summon a Twig Blight, 17 damage will summon a Twig Blight, but 8 damage will not. Creeping Mist. That also is a fun mechanic because it incentivizes less damage, which is a strange thing, but I do like it. Creeping Mist. Hitty Pitty is surrounded by a mind-altering mist. Whenever a creature within 100 feet of Hitty Pitty moves... 100 feet, dang. It must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature uses all its movement to move in a random direction. To determine the direction, roll a d8 and assign directions as cardinal directions. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. On a successful save, the creature can act as normal and is immune to the effect for 1 minute. Whenever a creature whenever it moves, I would probably change this language to whenever a creature within 100 feet of Hitty Pitty, whenever a creature enters within 100 feet, enters within 150 feet, 100 feet of it, or starts its turn there. That's how I would do it. I would have it trigger at the start of a creature's turn or when they enter the aura. Incentivizes less damage or just absolute Lenovaing. That's a good point. Let's see. It has 1 bite attack and 2 spike attacks. Yeah, this is a really cool creature. I like it a lot so far. Plus 10 to hit, good decent bite damage, and poison damage. Such little poison damage. Make it higher. CR 11. Give it more. More poison. And then it can poison creatures, and then it has spikes. Okay, its damage is kind of mid. Also, this thing needs a ranged attack if creatures are going to be running around randomly. starting 100 feet away. If it has half its hit points or less, it can use the consume. It can use consume growth until the start of its next turn. It becomes immune to all damage, cannot move, take actions or reactions, and cannot be targeted. It creates two twig blights. Within 10 feet of every hostile creature within 120 feet of it. I would probably make this the same range as the mist. I'd probably make it 100 feet. At the start of its next turn, it consumes all remaining twig blights, heals 1d12, and gains 1 AC, and deals 1 additional poison damage with its bite for every twig blight it's consumed. I wouldn't do the AC bonus. You could do the 1d4 extra damage, I guess. I don't think you need to. It feels like a little bit too much. I think you just do the healing, but I understand if you want to keep it. These bonuses last until it takes a long rest. No, they shouldn't last that long. These bonuses should last like a minute or less. Hallucinatory spores. If a creature within 10 feet of the hitty-pitty hits it with a melee attack, the creature must succeed on a con saving throw or become frightened of it until the end of the creature's next turn. I like that. That's cool. Although, technically, is this a reaction or not? Does this just happen? Or is it a reaction? If it's a reaction, I feel like you need to clarify that you still need to clarify that it can use the reaction to do that, I think. Now, to the bigger issue here. While I do like this creature quite a lot, and I think it's very fun and cool, it needs range. You can't have a creature do this crazy chaotic of an aura and not have some range or some ability to get to creatures really quickly within that aura. Like, its speed is really slow, and I guess it has its things that it can summon, its little twig blights, but then you have to think about, like, what is that fight gonna look like? Like, is that fight gonna be fun? Is it fun to do a D&D fight where the players can't get to the monster doesn't get to the players, and then the players have to just fight a horde of little guys? I feel like it would be more fun I think it would be more fun if not everyone is just wandering around aimlessly. All remaining twig blights. I think it meant like that it's summoned here, but I see what your point is. You should probably clarify where the twig blights are. That it remains the summons of all twig blights remaining in the area. All twig blights that summoned from this feature. Blah, 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 blah. I like the vibe. I like the image. I like the art a lot. I like that it pops open little twig blights. I just think that you're gonna have to think about the gameplay loop here a little bit, and it needs a little bit more going on to make that gameplay loop engaging. Whether that is just because it's not dangerous enough, because people are just gonna be running in crazy random directions. Twig blights are just a monster in D&D, so you don't need like it's just it's just a creature that exists. So this is a twig blight. Just a little guy. Because that's the thing, is twig blights aren't going to do shit. They have a +3 to hit. Like, you're going to be in a situation where there's just like a bunch of guys doing very little at each other. And you don't want that. You want it to be dramatic. So if you're going to make twig blights, it's got to be doing a lot more than... Twig blights can't be its main form of attacking creatures that are far away from it. But yeah, I like it. It's fun. It's cool. All right, guys, let's give Snotty a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing, Snotty. Oh, man, I'm getting tired, guys. Ugh, I think I got one more in me. And then I think it's done. I think I got one more in me. And then we say goodnight. And tomorrow we come back. And I think tomorrow we're playing Baldur's Gate and doing D&D Q&A stuff, maybe? I guess we'll see. We'll figure it out. I'll think about it a little bit. But if you guys want to do Baldur's Gate, I would fucking love to do that. I think we would have a lot of fun. It could be a test. It could be a test. Listen, if I'm able to, if I were able to work, if stream is somewhat successful with a Baldur's Gate stream, I will do it. If it's not, we're not going to do it as much, unfortunately. Helios. I looked at this already. Gandalf, if you're... I appreciate that, Gandalf. I appreciate that. You could play. What does that mean? Do you mean... Are you asking to join the game? Is that what's happening? Why aren't you showing up, Lord Halo? Oh, because I put his... Oh, there you go. I had an idea for a warlock. An idea of the warlock flavor being too weak, whose power draws from a god great being, so I wanted to rectify that with a homebrew idea of my own. You don't think warlocks are... think warlocks are too weak? Ah, yes. The dreaded did not give me access. Happens to the best of us. Hey, Gandalf, you said this is you? Is this really you? Here, I'll give you a minute. You can make... No, here, I'll tell you what. I'll give you a minute. You have to make the make it accessible. You have to go to the document. Here, do you see my screen? I'll show you what to do. Click this button that says share, and then make it anyone who has link. And then it'll be accessible. So do that. Go do that right now. I'll give you a second. Chat, what's up? Ask me a question. Tell me a story. Give me a dance. Do a little thing. Do a little thing. Do a little thing. Do a little thing. Giving this guy a moment. Giving this guy a moment. Giving this guy a moment. We are giving a moment to this guy. We are giving a moment to this guy. We are giving a moment, giving a moment. Because he's new, we don't want him to feel bad. Because he's new, we don't want him to feel bad. How's my day been? My day's been good. See if they made it viewable yet. They did. Yay! You see, never tell me I'm not a kind eldritch being, okay? I'm here for you. And if somebody's new, I might tear their homebrew to shreds, but I'm gonna try to make them be able to participate. Wouldn't it be such a bummer? Gandalf, this is their first time submitting. How much of a bummer would that be if their first time submitting was a wah-wah? So I'm so glad you were in chat today, my dear Gandalf, so that we didn't have to be a wah-wah. All right, let's see what this is. So is this is an alternative... Let me reread what you said. I had an idea of the warlock flavor being too weak. Okay. Whose power draws from the god great being, so I wanted to rectify that. So this is a flavor thing? Let's take a look. I'm so curious. Patron's price. Oh, Kyle, yeah, I did. I will tell you what I said right now very quickly. In the briefest of nutshells, I felt like you were making grappling a little bit too powerful in some circumstances, and in other ways, illogical. Specifically, the amount of negative debuffs and the variety of negative debuffs you could give based on grapple felt unrealistic for what grappling literally is in D&D, as opposed to restraining. So there were a couple things that just didn't make sense to me in terms of grapple, from like a almost pure mechanical, like flavor meets mechanics perspective. And then the other thing was I felt like there was an element of mini game that is not something that I am particularly interested in incorporating into my game. Other people might, but I think that the easiest solution is to... I don't remember exactly what I said. I'll tell you what. I think that grappling does not work well in D&D, and I feel like adding 2 pages to make grappling better isn't the solution either. Was sort of my suggestion. But also, Kyle, to be completely honest, that type of mechanic does not interest me as a dungeon master. Like, I do not want to have to play a mini game with a character for them to use their features. This is the same thing with people who make like really complicated systems for AC and attack rolls where like different AC thresholds. So that might just be a me thing. So what I would strongly encourage you to do, Kyle, is to also share it in the Discord if you haven't, because people will probably have some thoughts there. But yeah, my main piece of feedback, regardless of whether or not I think that is something that like I would enjoy personally or like be able to wrap my head around, is that you don't want to make grappling shouldn't be better than attacking. And it felt like it was starting to be better than attacking in some places. And I disagree with that idea. That was the main thing. Okay, let's look at Patron's Price. When a Warlock runs out of allotted spell slots, they can choose to cast another spell without the use of a spell slot by drawing more power from their patron. By doing so, you incur a price charge. For each charge you had before a short or long rest, you must roll a Charisma saving throw, DC 10, plus the incurred penalty of charges. If you fail the check, your patron visits your party while you rest and tasks you with a quest or task you must perform before you can use this feature again. So I will tell you what, this unfortunately is a Warlock feature, just so you know. This is basically built into the Warlock class already. And just to give you an idea of how powerful it is, let's look at what level the Warlock gets this at. Oh yeah, this is a Warlock feature. Core class feature, actually. Pretty sure it's their 20th level feature. Let me just double check. So it's a little different. At 20th level as a Warlock, you can use a minute to get all your spell slots back. Let's keep in mind that what you're doing is a little different. Can I link it? Oh, yeah. Did I not link Patron's Price? Sorry. At 20th level, a Warlock can spend a minute to get all their spell slots back. This allows you to... This doesn't take a minute. You can keep doing it. This initial save DC is fucking easy because you're a Warlock. So you're going to be getting at least 2 or 3 spell slots back a day. And the penalty that it incurs is not a penalty. It is a adventure. It is a quest. So with that in mind, I would say this probably won't work. Or probably doesn't work. And what I would say to you is I would say the move here is probably to ask yourself, what do you want this to do? What is the goal here? It sounds like the goal here is that you can beseech your patron for a little bit of extra power in a brief moment at a price. So I think that could be an interesting thing to incorporate into your game. But I think that it needs to not be this. And I think the way you could do that is there's a couple ways. What if you could roll something to gain access to a Warlock spell that you don't normally have for one casting? Or what if you could get, you know, that would probably be the direction that I would go in. Because Warlocks already get their spells back at a short rest. So we don't need any more getting our spells back. I would lean less in the direction of getting more spells and getting spells back and more in the direction of getting more options available. So I would probably make it more like that, where it's like, oh, I can roll a check, and if I succeed, I can pick a new spell from the Warlock spell list, and I have access to that spell for the next hour. And if I fail, I probably lose some amount of hit points, and those hit points can't be recovered until I long rest, and probably lose access to one of the spells that I have access to, and make the Dungeon Master pick it. Oh, I know we don't often get to level 20. I wasn't saying that this is not a good idea because it already exists. I was saying that it is too strong, and I was using the level 20 feature as an example for that. Does that make sense? Good night, Baba. Philip Mead is also Baba. If anyone wonders why I call him Baba, he's Baba. All right, it's an interesting idea. I do think though the move is not to go in terms of power, but it goes to variety. And guys, this was Gandalf's first time ever submitting a piece. It's pretty cool. Let's give them a round of applause. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, the fact that it already kind of exists, I think speaks to the fact that it's a good idea, right? Means you had similar design thoughts. Isn't a warlock just a caster or half caster in the new D&D? I don't know. I haven't looked at it yet. I just spent 5 minutes failing to spell my own name. I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. I done's that. Oh, all right, guys. I think that I am at a point in the night where we will be losing quality for reviews. We don't want to do. We're quality, not quantity family over here. So I think we're going to prepare to slow it down. But tomorrow we will be streaming tomorrow. We will be streaming. Let me look at my calendar right now. I haven't put any schedules up yet. I had a really busy weekend, guys. I'm sorry. Family was in town. It was Sukkot. Had to do some family Sukkoting. Okay, I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm streaming Tuesday. I'm streaming Wednesday. I might stream. I think I'm streaming every day this week. And if we're doing Baldur's Gate 3, I might try some daytime streams too. So we might do a date. We might be Baldur's Gating. Oh, but I need to tell you guys something. Soon, very soon, we are going to be transitioning a little bit on the stream in general. Not forever, but Halloween is coming up. And I love Halloween. And years ago, I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, when I got it into my head that I wanted to do streaming, the thing that I liked the most that streamers were doing was how festive they got. I loved how festive streamers got. And we have a lot of holidays coming up. We got Halloween, we got Thanksgiving, we got the Christmas times. So I'm just saying, I'm vocalizing this to you now. I want to set up decorations. I want to make festive vibes. So we're going. Reckless, thank you for the 5. You're an awesome streamer. So if you have ideas for Halloween themed stuff for us to do as we move forward in the month, share them in the Discord. I have a suggestions tab. I have a suggestions channel. But yeah, we're going to do some Halloween themed stuff. We're going to do some Thanksgiving stuff. We're going to be doing some general holidays, Hanukkah, Christmas stuff. And maybe even amongst that, we'll do some non-D&D stuff. Maybe we'll just have some activities. I don't want to do too much stuff that doesn't involve you guys. I really, really like this back and forth that we do. I feel like I'm not streaming alone. I feel like we're sort of all in it together, especially when you guys especially when we do things where you guys send stuff in. So I'm thinking we'll do some sort of homebrew contest, awards show, something that's like Halloween, like a Halloween contest, maybe a Thanksgiving contest. And then I think, so I don't know what we're going to do for Christmas, Hanukkah stuff, but I do think we're going to do some sort of awards show. I don't know exactly how, but I want to do some sort of awards something as we enter into the new year also. So this fall is going to be a lot of that sort of stuff. Some of it's going to be D&D related, but I also want some of it to just not be. And I don't know exactly what those things are going to be yet, but I am open to ideas. Okay, I just talked a lot longer than I wanted to. Mostly I wanted to get the fuck out of here. But them's the breaks. So, guys, listen. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I love you from here to the moon and back again. Have a great, great night. And I'll see you tomorrow. And we're going to be hanging all week, so I will be here. And I'm going to try to do some earlier streams. I know my Europeans are struggling. And yeah, especially if I'm doing some Baldur's Gate streams, I think I could put some fucking hours in, because that is a little bit lower energy requirement. But we'll see. Anyway, I love you. Have a great night. Bye. Bye. Good night. Bye.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.